About the author, James Redfield has a BA in Sociology and MD in Counseling, and for 15 years worked as a therapist with emotionally disturbed adolescents. He published a monthly newsletter called the Celestine Journal, which chronicles his present experiences and reflection on the spiritual renaissance occurring on our planet today. The Celestine Prophecy, a parable filled with vital truths that read like creeping adventure tale. It begins with the disappearance of an ancient Peruvian manuscript. Although few Westerners know of its existence and a government want to suppress it, this precious document contains an important secret. The 9 insight the human race is predicted to grasp as we enter an era of true spiritual awareness. Part 7. Engaging the Flow. The two priestesses walked back to the house, and I spent several more minutes observing the beauty of the mountain in an attempt to gain more energy. Then I lost my focus and drifted absently into a reverie about Will. Where was he? Was he close to finding the 9th insight? I imagined him running through the jungle, the 9th insight in his hand, troops everywhere, pursuing. I thought of Sebastian orchestrating the chase. Yet in my daydream, it was clear that Sebastian, even with all his authority, was wrong, that he misunderstood something about the impact the insight would have on people. I felt that someone could persuade him to take a different view of if only we could discover what part of the manuscript threatened him so. As I mused over this thought, Marjorie popped into my mind. Where was she? I pictured seeing her again. How might that happen? The sound of the front door closing brought me back to reality. I felt weak and nervous again. Sanchez walked around the house toward where I was sitting. His pace was quick, purposeful. He sat down beside me, then asked, "Have you decided what to do?" I shook my head. "You don't look very strong," he said. "I don't feel very strong. Perhaps you are not being very systematic in the way you build your energy." "What do you mean?" "Let me offer you the way that I personally gain energy. Perhaps my method will help you as you create your own procedure." I nodded for him to go on. "The first thing I do," he said, "is to focus on the environment around me, as I think you do also. Then I try to remember how everything looks when I am being filled with energy. I do this by recalling the presence everything displays, the unique beauty and shape of everything, especially plants, and the way colors seem to glow and appear brighter. Do you follow me?" "Yes, I try to do the same thing." "Then," he continued, "I try to experience that feeling of closeness, the feeling that no matter how far away something is, that I can touch it, connect with it, and then I breathe it in." "Breathe it in?" Did Father John not explain this to you? "No, he didn't." Sanchez appeared confused. "Perhaps he intended to come back and tell you about it later. Often he is very dramatic. He walks away and leaves his pupil alone to ponder what he has taught. Then he shows up later at just the right time to add something else to that instruction. I suppose he intended to talk with you again, but we left too quickly." "I would like to hear about it," I said. "Do you remember the feeling of buoyancy that you experienced on the ridge top?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "To regain this buoyancy, I try to breathe in the energy with which I have just connected." I had been following along as Sanchez spoke. Just hearing his procedure was increasing my connection. Everything around me had increased in presence and beauty. Even the rocks seemed to have a whitish glow, and Satch's energy field was wide and blue. He was now taking deep, conscious breath, holding each about 5 seconds before exhaling. I followed his example. When we visualize, he said, that each breath pulls energy into us and fills us like a balloon, we actually become more energized and feel much lighter and more buoyant. After several breaths, I began to feel exactly that way. After I breathed in the energy, Satches continued, I check to see if I have the right emotion. As I have told you before, I consider this the true measure of whether I am really connected. You are speaking of love? That is correct. As we discussed at the mission, love is not an intellectual concept or a moral imperative or anything else. It is a background emotion that exists when one is connected to the energy available in the universe, which of course is the energy of God. Father Satches was gazing at me, his eyes slightly out of focus. There he said, you have reached it. That is the level of energy you need to have. I am helping you some, but you are ready to maintain it on your own. What do you mean? You are helping me some? Father Satches shook his head. Don't worry about that now. You will learn about it later. In the 8th insight, Father Carl walked around the house then and looked at both of us, as though pleased. As he approached, he glanced at me. Have you decided yet? The question irritated me. I fought against the resulting loss of energy. Don't fall back into your aloof drama, Father Carl said. You can't avoid taking a stand here. What are you thinking you need to do? I am not thinking anything, I said. That is a problem. Are you sure? Thoughts feel different once you get connected with the energy. I gave him a puzzled look. The words you have habitually wheeled through your head in an attempt to logically control events. He explained. Stop when you give up your control drama. As you fill up with inner energy, other kinds of thoughts enter your mind from a higher part of yourself. These are your intuitions. They feel different. They just appear in the back of your mind, sometimes in a kind of daydream or mini vision, and they come to direct you, to guide you. I still didn't understand. Tell us what you were thinking about when we left you alone earlier, Father Carl said. I am not sure. I remember it all. I said, try. I tried to concentrate. I was thinking about Will, I guess, about whether he was close to finding the 9th insight and about Sebastian's crusade against the manuscript. What else? I was wondering about Marjorie, about what happened to her, but I don't understand how this helps me know what to do. Let me explain. Father Satches said, when you have acquired energy, you are ready to consciously engage evolution, to start it flowing, to produce the coincidences that will lead you forward. You engage your evolution in a very specific way. First, as I said, you build sufficient energy. Then you remember your basic life question, the one your parents gave you, because this question provides the overall context for your evolution. Next, you center yourself on your path by discovering the immediate smaller questions that currently confront you in life. These questions always pertain to your larger question and define where you currently are in your lifelong quest. Once you become conscious of the questions, active in the moment, you always get some kind of intuitive direction of what to do, of where to go. You get a hunch about the next step always. The only time this will not occur is when you have the wrong question in mind. You see, the problem in life isn't in receiving answers. The problem is in identifying your current questions. Once you get the question right, the answers always come. After you get an intuition of what might happen next, he continued, then the next step is to become very alert and watchful. Sooner or later, coincidences will occur to move you in the direction indicated by the intuition. Do you follow me? I think I do. So, he continued, don't you think those thoughts of Will and Sebastian and Marjorie are important? Think about why these thoughts are coming now, considering the story of your life. You know that you came out of your family wanting to find out how to make the spiritual life an inwardly self-enhancing adventure, right? Yes. Then, as you grew up, you become interested in mysterious topic. You studied sociology and worked with people, although you didn't yet know why you were doing these things. Then, as you began to wake up, you heard about the manuscript and came to Peru and found the insights one by one, and each has taught you something about the kind of spirituality you seek. Now that you have become clear, you can become super conscious of this evolution by finding your current questions and then watching the answers come. I just looked at him. What are your current questions? He asked. I guess I want to know about the other insight. I said, especially I want to know if Will is going to find the ninth insight. I want to know that happened to Marjorie, and I want to know about Sebastian and what were your intuition suggesting about these questions. I don't know. I was thinking of seeing Marjorie again and of Will running off with troops chasing him. What does it mean? Where was Will running? In the jungle. Perhaps that indicate where you should go. Iquitos is in the jungle. What about Marjorie? I saw myself seeing her again. And Sebastian? I fantasized that he was against the manuscript because he misunderstood that his mind could be changed if one could find out what he was thinking, what exactly he feared about the manuscript. Both men looked at each other in total amazement. What does it mean? I asked. Father Carl replied with another question. What do you think? For the first time since the ridge top, I was beginning to feel fully energized again and confident. I looked at them and said, I guess it means I should go toward the jungle and try to discover which aspect of the manuscript the church dislikes. Father Carl smiled. Exactly. You can take my truck. I nodded and we walked around to the front of the house where the vehicles were parked. My things, along with a supply of food and water, were already packed in Father Carl's truck. Father Satch's vehicle was also packed. I want to tell you this, Satch said. Remember to stop as often as necessary to reconnect your energy. Stay full. Stay in a state of love. Remember that once you achieve this state of love, nothing nor anyone can pull more energy from you than you can replace. In fact, the energy flowing out of you create a current that pulls energy into you at the same rate. You can never run out. But you must stay conscious of this process in order for it to work. This is especially important when you interact with people. He paused simultaneously as if on cue. Father Cole walked closer and said, you have read all but two insights, the seventh and eighth. 7 deals with the process of consciously evolving yourself, of staying alert to every coincidence, every answer the universe provides for you. He handed me a small folder. This is the 7th. It is very short and general, he continued, but it talked about the way objects jump out at us, the way certain thoughts come as guidance, As for the eighth, you will find it yourself when the time is right. It explains how we can aid others as they bring us the answers we seek. And further, it describes a whole new ethic governing the way humans should treat each other in order to facilitate everyone's evolution. Why can't you give me the eighth insight now? I asked. Father Cole smiled and put his hand on my shoulder. Because we don't feel we should. We must follow our intuitions also. You will get the eighth insight as soon as you ask the right question. I told him I understood. Then both priestesses hugged me and wished me well. Father Cole stressed that we should soon meet again and what I would indeed find the answers I was here to receive. We were all about to board our respective vehicles when Sages turned suddenly and faced me. I have an intuition to tell you something. You will learn more about it later. Let your perception of beauty and iridescence lead your way. Places and people who have answers for you will appear more luminous and attractive. I nodded and climbed into Father Cole's truck, then followed them down the rocky road for several miles until we came to the fork. Saches waved out the back window as he and Father Cole headed east. I watched them for a moment, then turned the old truck northward, the Amazon basin. A surge of impatience rose up within me after making good time for over 3 hours. I now sat at a crossroad, unable to decide between two particular routes. To my left was one possibility, judging from the map. This road bore north along the edge of the mountains for 100 miles, then turned sharply east toward Iquitos. The other route led to the right and maintained an eastern angle through the jungle to the same destination. I took a deep breath and tried to relax, then quickly checked the rear view mirror. No one was in sight. In fact, I hadn't seen anyone. No traffic, no local walking in over an hour. I tried to shake off a rush of anxiety. I knew I had to relax and stay connected if I expected to make the right decision. I focused on the scene. The jungle route to my right progressed between a group of large trees. Several huge outcroppings of rock punctuated the ground around them. Most were encircled by large tropical bushes. The other route through the mountains seemed comparatively bare. One tree grew in that direction, but the remainder of the landscape was rocky, with very little plant life. I looked to the right again and tried to induce a love state. The trees and bushes were a rich green. I looked to the left and tried to some procedure. Immediately, I noticed a patch of flowering grass that bordered the road. The blades of grass were pale and spotty, but the white flowers, viewed together, created a unique pattern into the distance. The wondered way I hadn't noticed the flowers earlier. They now seemed to almost glow. I broadened my focus to include everything in that direction. The small rock and brown patches of gravel seemed extraordinarily colorful and distinct. Hues of amber and violet and even dark red ran through the entire scene. I glanced back to the right to the trees and bushes. Although beautiful, they now paled in comparison to the other route. But how could that be? I thought initially the road to the right seemed more attractive. Glancing back to the left, my intuition strengthened. The richness of shape and color amazed me. I was convinced. I started the truck and headed to the left, sure of the correctness of my decision. The road was bumpy with rocks and ruts. As I bounced along, my body felt lighter. My weight was centered on my buttocks, and my back and neck were straight. My arms were holding the steering wheel, but were not resting on it. For 2 hours I drove without incident, nibbling from the food basket Father Cole had packed, and again seeing no one. The road meandered up and down, one small foothill after another. At the top of one hill, I observed 2 older cars parked to my right. They were pulled far off to the side of the road in a stand of small trees. I could see no occupants and assumed the vehicles were abandoned. Ahead, the road turned sharply to the left and circled downward into the wide valley. From the peak, I could see for several miles. I stopped the truck abruptly. Halfway across the valley, 3 or 4 military vehicles sat along both sides of the road. A small group of soldiers stood among the truck. A chill ran through me. That was a roadblock. I backed off the crest and pulled my vehicle behind 2 large rocks. Then got out and walked back to the overlook to again observe the activity of the valley. One vehicle was driving away in the opposite direction. Suddenly I heard something behind me. I turned around quickly. It was Phil, the ecologist I had met at Vicent. He was equally shocked. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he rushed up to me. "I am trying to get to Iquitos," I said. His face was filled with anxiety. "So are we, but the government's getting crazy over this manuscript. We are trying to decide whether to risk passing through that roadblock. There are 4 of us." We nodded. To his left, I could see several men through the trees. "Why are you going to Iquitos?" he asked. "I am trying to find Will. We got separated in Kula. But I heard he might be headed to Iquitos looking for the rest of the manuscript." He looked horrified. "He shouldn't be doing that. The military was prohibited anyone having copies. Didn't you hear what occurred at Vicent?" "Yeah, some. But what did you hear?" "I wasn't there, but I understand the authorities rushed in and arrested everyone who had copies. All the guests were detained for questioning. Dale and the other scientists were taken away. No one knows what happened to them." "Do you know why the government is so disturbed about this manuscript?" I asked. "No, but when I heard how unsafe it was getting, I decided to return to Iquitos for my research data and then to leave the country myself." I told him the details of what had happened to Will and myself after leaving Vicent, especially the shooting on the ridge top. "Damn," he said, "and you are still fooling around with this thing?" His statement jarred my confidence, but I said, "Look, if we do nothing, the government is going to suppress the manuscript completely. The world will be denied its knowledge, and I think the insights are important. Important enough to die for?" he asked. The sound of vehicle attracted our attention. The truck were driving across the valley toward us. "Oh shit," he said. "Here they come." Before we could move, we heard the sound of vehicles approaching from the other direction as well. "They have surrounded us," Phil shouted. He looked panicked. I ran to the truck and dumped the basket of food into small pack. I took the folders containing the manuscript and placed them in the pack as well. Then thought better of it and pushed them under the seat instead. The sound were growing louder, so I ran across the road to my right in the direction Phil had headed down the slope. I could see him and the other men huddled behind a group of rocks. I hid with them. My hope was that the military trucks would pass and keep going. My truck was out of sight. Hopefully, they would think, as I did, that the other cars are abandoned. The trucks approaching from the south arrived first and, to our horror, stopped even with the vehicles. "Don't move, police," a voice shouted. We froze as several soldiers walked up from behind us. All were heavily armed and very cautious. The soldiers searching us thoroughly and took everything, then forced us to walk back to the road. There, dozens of soldiers were searching the vehicles. Phil and his companions were taken and placed in one of military trucks, which quickly drove away. As he rode past me, I caught sight of him. He looked pale and ghostly. I was led on foot in the opposite direction and asked to sit near the crest of the hill. Several soldiers stood near me, each carrying an automatic weapon on his shoulders. Finally, an officer walked over and tossed the folders containing my copies of the insides on the ground at my feet. On top of them, he threw the keys to Father Carl's truck. "Are these copies yours?" he asked. I looked at him without answering. "These keys were found on you," he said. "Inside the vehicle. He found these copies." I ask you again, are they yours? "I don't think I will answer until I see a lawyer," I stammered. The remark brought a sarcastic smile to the officer's face. He said something to the other soldiers and walked away. The soldiers directed me to one of the jeep and into the front seat by the driver. Two other soldiers sat in the back seat, their weapons ready. Behind us, more soldiers climbed aboard a second truck. After a short wait, both vehicles headed north into the valley. Anxious thoughts filled my mind. Where were they taking me? Why did I put myself into that position? So much for the preparation the priestess had given me. I hadn't lasted a day. Back at the crossroad, I had been so certain I had chosen the correct road. This route was the one most attractive. I was sure of it. Where did I make my mistake? I took a deep breath and attempted to relax, wondering what would happen now. I would plead ignorance, I thought, and present myself as a misguided tourist meaning to no harm. I just got mixed up with the wrong people, I would say. Let me go home. My hands were resting on my lap. They were shaking slightly. One of the soldiers sitting behind me offered a can of water and took it, though I could not drink. The soldier was young, and then I handed the can back to him. He smiled without a trace of malice on his face. The image of Phil's panicked look flashed across my mind. What would they do with him? The thought occurred to me that meeting Phil on that hilltop had been a coincidence. What was its meaning? What would we have talked about had we not been interrupted? As it was, all I did was stress the manuscript's importance, and all he did was warn me about the danger here and counsel me to get out before being captured. Unfortunately, his advice had come too late. For several hours we rode without anyone speaking. The terrain outside grew progressively more flat. The air warmed. At one point, the young soldier handed me an open can of sea ration, something like beef hash. But again I couldn't force anything down. After sunset, the light faded quickly. I rode along without thought, staring straight ahead with the truck's headlights Then I slipped into a restless sleep during which I dreamed of being in flight. I was running desperately from an unknown foe amid hundreds of huge bonfires, certain that somewhere was a secret key that would open the way to knowledge and safety. In the middle of one of the giant fires, I saw the key. I darted in to retrieve it. I jerked awake, sweating profusely. The soldiers glanced at me nervously. I shook my head and leaned against the truck's door. For a long time, I looked out the side window at the dark shapes of the landscape, fighting the urge to panic. I was alone and under guard, heading into blackness, and no one cared about my nightmares. About midnight, we pulled up to a large, dimly lit building constructed of cut stone and two-storied high. We walked along a walkway past the front entrance and entered a side door. Steps led down to a narrow hall. The inner walls were also of stone, and the ceiling was constructed of large timbers and rough-cut planks. Bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling lit our way. We walked through another door and then into an area of cells. One of the soldiers who had disappeared caught up with us and opened one of the cell door and motioned for me to enter. Inside were three cots, a wooden table and a vase of flowers. To my surprise, the cell was very clean. As I walked in, a young Peruvian, no more than 18 or 19 years old, looked at me meekly from behind the door. The soldier locked the door behind me and walked away. I sat down on one of the cots as the young man reached over and turned up an oil lamp. When the light hit his face, I noticed that he was an Indian. "Do you speak English?" I asked. "Yes, some," he said. "Where are we?" "Near Pulcupa." "Is this a prison?" "No. Everyone is here for questioning about the manuscript." "How long have you been here?" I asked. He looked up at me with shy brown eyes. "2 months." "What have they done to you?" "They try to make me disbelieve the manuscript and tell about others who have copies." "How?" "By talking to me. Just talking. Not treats. Just talking," he repeated. "Have they said when they will let you go?" "No." I paused for a moment and he looked at me questioningly. "Were you caught with copies of the manuscript?" he asked. "Yes." "Were you?" "Yes. I live near here in an orphanage. My headmaster was teaching from the manuscript. He allowed me to teach the children. He was able to escape, but I was captured." "How many insides have you seen?" I asked. "All that have been found," he said. "You?" "Eh, I have been all but the 7th and 18th inside. I had the 7th, but I didn't get a chance to read it before the soldiers showed up." The young man yawned and asked, "Can we sleep now?" "Yeah," I said absently. "Sure." I laid on my cot and shut my eyes, my mind racing. What should I do now? How had I let myself be caught? Could I escape? I concocted several strategies and scenarios about I finally drifted off to sleep. Again I dreamed vividly. I was searching for the same key, but this time I was lost in a deep forest. For a long time I had been walking aimlessly, wishing for some sort of guidance. After a while, a huge thunderstorm came and flooded the landscape. During the deluge, I was washed down a deep ravine and into the river, which was flowing in the wrong direction and threatening to drown me. With all my might, I fought against the current, struggling for what seemed like days. Finally, I was able to pull myself from the torrent by clinging to the rocky shoreline. The climbed up and rocked and along the sheer cliffs that bordered the river, ascending higher and higher and into ever more treacherous areas. Although I had summoned all my willpower and expertise to negotiate the cliffs, at one point I found myself clinging perilously to the rock face, unable to proceed any further. I looked down at the terrain below me. In shock, I realized that the river I had been fighting flowed out of the forest and gently up to a beautiful beach and meadows. In the meadow, surrounded by flowers, was the key. Then I slipped and fell screaming down and down until I hit the river and sank. I sat up quickly in my cot, gasping for air. The young Indian, apparently already awake, walked over to me. "What is wrong?" he asked. I caught my breath and looked around, realizing where I was. I also noticed that the room had a window and that it was already light outside. "Just a bad dream," I said. He smiled at me as though he was pleased at what I said. "Bad dreams have the most important messages," he commented. "Messages?" I asked, getting up and putting on my shirt. He looked embarrassed at having to explain. "The seventh insight talk about dreams," he said. "What does it say about the dreams?" "It tells how to interpret dreams." "Yes." "What does it say about that?" "It says to compare the story of the dream to the story of your life." I thought for a moment, unsure of what that instruction meant. "What do you mean, compare stories?" The young Indian could barely look me in the eyes. "Do you want to interpret your dream?" I nodded and told him what I had experienced. He listened intensely, then said, "Compare part of the story with your life." I looked at him. "Where do I start?" "At the beginning." "What are you doing at the beginning of the dream?" "I was searching for a key in the forest." "How did you feel?" "Lost." "Compare the situation to your real situation. Maybe it does relate," I said. "I am looking for some answers about this manuscript and I am damn sure feeling lost." "And what else is happening to you in real life?" he asked. "I have been caught," I said. "In spite of everything I tried to do, I have been locked up. All I can hope for now is to talk someone into letting me go home." "You are struggling against being caught?" "Of course." "What happened next in the dream?" "I fought against the current." "Why?" he asked. I began to pick up on where he was headed, because at the time I thought it would drown me. "As if you hadn't fought that water, it would have carried me to the key." "What are you saying?" "That if I don't fight against the situation, that I might still get the answers I want." He looked embarrassed again. "I am not saying anything. The dream is saying." I thought for a moment. Was this interpretation correct? The young Indian looked up at me, then asked, "If you had to experience the dream again, what would you do different?" "I wouldn't resist the water, even though it looked as though it might kill me. I would know better. What is threatening you now?" "I guess the soldiers being detained." "So what is the message to you?" "You think the message of the dream is to look at this Capture positively. He didn't answer. He only smiled. I was sitting on my cot, leaning back against the wall. The interpretation excited me. If it was accurate, it would mean that I hadn't made a mistake at the crossroad. After all, that was all part of what should be happening. What is your name? I asked. Pablo, he said. I smiled and introduced myself, then briefly told him the story of why I was in Peru and what had happened. Pablo was sitting on his cot, his elbows resting on his knees. He had short black hair and was very thin. Why are you here? He asked. To find out about this manuscript, I replied. Why specifically? He asked again. To find out about the seventh insight and to find out about some friends, Will and Marjorie. And I guess to find out why the church is so against the manuscript. There are many priestesses here to talk to, he said. I thought about this statement for a moment, then asked, what else does the seventh insight say about dreams? Pablo told me that dreams come to tell us something about our lives that we are missing. Then he said something else, but instead of listening, I started to think about Marjorie. I could see her face clearly in my mind and I wondered where she might be. Then I saw her running up to me smiling. Suddenly I became aware that Pablo was no longer talking. I looked over at him. Sorry, my mind was wandering. I said, what were you saying? That is all right, he replied. What were you thinking about? Just a friend of mine. It was nothing. He looked as though he wanted to press the question, but someone was approaching the cell door. Through the bars, we could see a soldier sliding back the bolt lock. Time for breakfast, Pablo said. The soldier opened the door and motioned with his head for us to walk into the hall. Pablo led the way down the stone corridor. We proceeded to a stairway and up one flight of stairs to a small dining area. 4 or 5 soldiers stood at the corner of the room, while several civilians, 2 men and a woman, waiting in line to be served. I stopped, not believing my eyes. The woman was Marjorie. Simultaneously, she saw me and covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes opening wide with surprise. I glanced at the soldier behind me. He was walking toward the other military men in the corner, smiling nonchalantly and saying something in Spanish. I followed Pablo as he led us across the room and to the end of the line. Marjorie was being served. The 2 other men took their trays to a table, talking. Several times Marjorie gazed over and met my eyes, struggling not to say anything. After the second glance, Pablo guessed that we knew each other and looked at me questioningly. Marjorie carried her food to the table and after being served, we walked over and sat with her. The soldiers were still talking among themselves, seemingly oblivious to our movement. God, I am glad to see you, she said. How did you get here? I hid for a while with some priestess, I replied. Then I left to find Bill and was captured yesterday. How long have you been here? Since they found me on the ridge, she said. I noticed Pablo was looking at us intensely and I introduced him to Marjorie. I guessed that this must be Marjorie, he said. They talked briefly. Then I asked Marjorie, what else has happened? Not much, she said. I don't even know why I am being detained. Every day I have been taken to one of the priestess or to one of the officers for questioning. They want to know who my contacts were at visit and if I know where any other copies are. Over and over again. Marjorie smiled and looked vulnerable. And when she did, I felt another strong attraction to her. She looked at me sharply out of the corner of her eyes. We both laughed quietly. A period of silence followed as we ate our food, and then the door opened and it walked a priest dressed formally. He was accompanied by a man appearing to be a high-ranked military officer. That is the head priest, Pablo said. The officer said something to the soldier, who had snapped to attention, and then he and the priest walked across the room toward the kitchen. The priest looked directly at me, our eyes meeting for a long second. I looked away and took a bite of food, not wanting to attract attention. Both men continued through the kitchen and out a door there. Was that one of the priestess you have talked to? I asked Marjorie. No, Marjorie said. I have never seen him. I know that priest, Pablo said. He arrived yesterday. His name is Cardinal Sebastian. I sat up straight. That was Sebastian? It sounds like you have heard of him, Marjorie said. I have, I replied. He is the main person behind the church opposition to the manuscript. I thought he was at Father Satch's mission. Who is Father Satches? Marjorie asked. I was about to tell her when the soldier who had escorted us walked over to the table and motioned for Pablo and me to follow. Time for exercise, Pablo said. Marjorie and I looked at each other. Her eyes revealed an inner anxiety. Don't worry, I said. I will talk to you at the next meal. Everything will be fine. As I walked away, I wondered if my optimism was realistic. These people could make any of us disappear without a trace of any time. The soldier guided us into a short hall and through a door that led to an outside stairway. He walked down to a side yard which was surrounded by a tall rock wall. The soldier stood by the entrance. Pablo nodded for me to walk with him around the borders of the yard. As we walked, Pablo bent down several times to pick some of the flowers growing in beds by the wall. What else does the seventh insight say? I asked. He bent down and picked another flower. It says that not only dreams guide us, also thoughts and daydreams guide us. Yes, Father Carl said that. Tell me how daydreams guide us. They show us a scene, a happening, and this is an indication that this event might happen. If we pay attention, then we can be ready for this turn in our lives. I looked at him. You know, Pablo, an image came to me that I would run into Marjorie. Then I did. He smiled. A chill went up my spine. I must indeed be in the right place. I had intuited something that had come true. I had thought several times of finding Marjorie again, and now it had happened. The coincidences were taking place. I felt lighter. I don't have thoughts like that happen very often, I said. Pablo looked away, then said, the seventh insight says that we all have many more such thoughts than we realize. To recognize them, we must take an observer position. When a thought comes, we must ask why. Why did this particular thought come now? How does it relate to my life questions? Taking this observer position helps us release our need to control everything. It places us in the flow of evolution. But what about negative thoughts? I asked. Those were images of something had happening, such as someone we love getting hurt, or of not achieving something we very much want. Very simple, Pablo said. The seventh insight says that fear images should be halted as soon as they come. Then another image, one with a good outcome, should be willed through the mind. So negative images will almost never happen. Your intuitions will be about positive things. The negative images come after that. The manuscript says that should be taken very seriously and not followed. For instance, if the idea comes to you that you are going to have a wreck in a truck and someone comes along and offer you a ride in a truck, then do not accept it. We had come full circle in our walk around the courtyard and were approaching the guard. Neither of us talking us. We passed him. Pablo picked a flower and I took a deep breath. The air was warm and humid, and the plant life outside the wall was dense and tropical. I had noticed several mosquitoes. Come, the soldier suddenly called out. He prodded us inside and down to our cell. Pablo entered ahead of me, but the soldier put his arm up, blocking my way. Not you, he said, then nodded for me to walk down the hallway and up the other step and outside through the same door as we had entered the night before in the parking lot. Father Sebastian was entering the back seat of a large car. A driver shut the door behind him. For an instant, Sebastian looked at me again. Then he turned and said something to the driver. The car sped away. The soldier nudged me toward the front of building. He walked inside and into an office. I was directed to sit in wooden chair across from a white metal desk. Within minute, a small, sandy-haired priest of about 30 entered and sat at the desk without acknowledging my presence. He looked through the file for a full minute, then looked at me. His round, gold-rimmed glasses produced an intellectual appearance. You have been arrested with illegal state document, he said matter-of-factly. I am here to help determine whether prosecution is in order. I would appreciate your cooperation. I nodded. Where did you get that translation? I don't understand, I said. Why would copies of an old manuscript be illegal? The government of Peru has its reasons, he said. Please answer the question. Why is the church involved? I asked. Because this manuscript contradicts the traditions of our religion, he said. It misrepresents the truth of our spiritual nature. Where? Look, I said, interrupting. I am just trying to understand this. I am just a tourist who got interested in this manuscript. I am a threat to no one. I only want to know why it is so alarming. He looked puzzled, as if trying to decide the best strategy for dealing with me. I was consciously pressing for details. The church feels the manuscript is confusing to our people, he said carefully. It gives the impression that people can decide on their own how to live without regard to the scriptures. Which scriptures? The commandment to honor their father and mother for one. What do you mean? The manuscript blames problems on parents, undermining the family. I thought it spoke of ending old resentments, I said, and finding a positive view of our early life. No, he said, it is misleading. There should never have been a negative feeling to begin with. Can't parents be wrong? Parents do the best they can. Children must forgive them. But isn't that what the manuscript is clarifying? Doesn't forgiveness take place when we see the positive about our childhood? His voice rose with anger. But from what authority does this manuscript speak? How can it be trusted? He walked around the desk and stared down at me, still angry. You don't know what you are talking about, he said. Are you a religious scholar? I think not. You are direct evidence of the kind of confusion this manuscript evokes. Don't you understand that there is order in the world only because of law and authority? How can you question the authorities in this manner? I said nothing, which seems to infuriate him even more. Let me tell you something, he said. The crime you have committed is punishable by years in prison. Have you ever been in a Peruvian prison? Does your Yankee curiosity yearn to find out what our prisons are like? I can arrange that. Do you understand? I can arrange that. He put his hand over his eyes and paused, taking a deep breath, obviously trying to calm down. I am here to find out who has copies, where they are coming from. I will ask you one more time. Where did you get your translations? His outburst had filled me with anxiety. I was making my situation worse with all my questions. What might he do if I failed to cooperate? Still, how could I implicate Father Sanchez and Father Carl? I need some time to think before I answer you, I said. Momentarily he looked as if he might fly into another rage. Then he relaxed and looked very tired. I will give you until tomorrow morning, he said, motioning for the soldier standing in the doorway to take me away. I followed the soldier back down the hall and directly to the cell. Without saying anything, I walked over and lay down on my cot, feeling exhausted myself. Pablo was looking out the barred window. Did you talk to Father Sebastian? He asked. No, it was another priest. He wanted to know who gave me the copies I had. What did you say? Nothing. I asked for time to think and he gave me until tomorrow. Did he say anything about the manuscript? Pablo asked. I looked into Pablo's eyes and this time he did not lower his head. He talked a little about how the manuscript undermines traditional authority, I said. Then he stared, nagging and threatening me. Pablo looked genuinely surprised. Did he have brown hair and round glasses? Yes. His name is Father Costas, Pablo said. What else did you say? I disagree with him on whether the manuscript undermines tradition, I replied. He threatened me with prison. Do you think he meant that? I don't know, Pablo said. He walked over and sat on his cot across from me. I could tell him had something else on his mind, but I was so tired and scared that I closed my eyes. When I awoke, Pablo was shaking me. Time for lunch, he said. He followed a guard upstairs and were served a plate of gristly beef and potatoes. The two men who was so earlier came in after us. Marjorie wasn't with them. Where is Marjorie? I asked them, trying to whisper. The two men looked horrified that I would speak to them, and the soldier stared at me intensely. I don't think they speak English, Pablo said. I wonder where she is, I said. Pablo said something in response, but again I wasn't listening. I suddenly felt like running away and was picturing myself fleeing down a street of some kind, then ducking through a doorway to freedom. What are you thinking about? Pablo asked. I was fantasizing about an escape, I said. What were you saying? Wait, Pablo said. Don't dismiss your thought. It may be important. What kind of escape? I was running down an alley or a street, then through a doorway. I got the impression I was successfully escaping. What do you think of this image? Pablo asked. I don't know, I said. It didn't seem to be logically connected to what we were talking about. Do you remember what we were talking about? Yes, I was asking about Marjorie. You don't think there is a connection between Marjorie and your thought? Not an obvious link I can think of. What about a hidden link? I can't see a connection. How could escaping be related to Marjorie? Do you think she escaped? He looked thoughtful. Your thought was of you escaping. Oh, yeah, that is right, I said. Maybe I am going to escape without her. I looked at him. Maybe I am going to escape with her. That would be my guess, he said. But where is she? I don't know. We finishing eating without talking. I was hungry, but the food seemed too heavy. For some reason, I felt tired and sluggish. My hunger left me quickly. I noticed Pablo wasn't eating either. I think we should go back to the cell, Pablo said. I nodded, and he motioned for the soldier to take us back. Then we arrived. I stretched out on my cot, and Pablo sat looking at me. Your energy seems down, he said. It is, I replied. I am not sure. What is wrong? Are you trying to take in energy? He asked. I guess I haven't, I replied. And that food doesn't help. But you don't need much food if you are taking everything in. He swept his arm in front of him to emphasize everything. I know it is hard for me to get the love flowing in a situation like this. He looked at me quizzically, but not to do so is to harm yourself. What do you mean? Your body is vibrating at a certain level. If you let your energy get too low, your body suffers. That is the relationship between stress and disease. Love is the way we keep our vibration up. It keeps us healthy. It is that important. Give me a few minutes, I said. I practiced the method of Father Sachs had taught me. Immediately I felt better. The objects around me stood out with presence. I closed my eyes and concentrated on the feeling. That is good, he said. I opened my eyes and saw him smiling broadly at me. His face and body were still boyish and immature, but his eyes now seemed full of wisdom. I can see the energy coming into you, he said. I could detect a slight field of green around Pablo's body. The new flowers he had placed in the vase on the table seems radiant. To grasp the seventh insight and truly enter the moment of evolution, he said, one must pull all the insight into one way of being. I didn't say anything. Can you sum up how the world has changed for you as a result of the insights? I thought for a moment. I guess I have woken up and seen the world as a mysterious place that provides everything we need. If we get clear and get on the path, then what happens? He asked. Then we are ready to begin the evolutionary flow. And how do we engage this process? I thought for a moment. By keeping our current life questions firmly in mind, I said, and then watching for direction, either in a dream or in an intuitive thought, or in the way the environment illuminates and jumps out at us. I paused again, trying to pull the whole insight together, then added, we build our energy and center ourselves in our situations. In the questions we have, then we receive some form of intuitive guidance, an idea of where to go or what to, and then coincidences occur to allow us to move in that direction. Yes, Pablo said. That is the way, and each time that is coincidences lead us into something new. We grow. We become fuller person, existing at a higher vibration. He was leaning toward me, and I noticed the incredible energy around him. He was beaming, no longer appearing shy or even young. He seemed full of power. Pablo, what has happened to you? I asked. Compared to then I first met you. You seem more confident and acknowledgeable, and full somehow, and knowledgeable. He laughed. When you first came, I had allowed my energy to dissipate. At first, I thought that you might be able to help me with my energy flow, but I realized that you haven't learned to do this yet. That ability is learned in the 8th insight. I was puzzled. What was it that I didn't do? You must learn that all the answers that mysteriously come to us really come from other people. Think about all that you have learned since you have been in Peru. Haven't all the answers come to you through the actions of other people you mysteriously met? I thought about it. He was right. I had met just the right people at just the right time. Charlene, Dobson, Will, Dale, Marjorie, Phil, Renew, Father Satches and Father Cole. Now Pablo. Even the manuscript was written by a person, Pablo added. But not all the people you meet will have the energy or the clarity to reveal the message they had for you. You must help them by sending them energy. He paused. You told me of learning to protect your energy toward a plant by focusing on its beauty. Remember? Yes. Well, you do exactly the same thing toward a person. When the energy goes into them, it helps them see their truth. Then they can give this truth to you. Father Costas is an example. He continued. He had an important message for you, which you did not help him reveal. You tried to demand answers from him, and that created a competition between you and him for energy. When he felt that his childhood drama, his intimidator, took over the conversation. What was I supposed to have said? I asked. Pablo didn't answer. Again we heard someone at the cell door. Father Costas entered. He nodded at Pablo, a slight smile on his face. Pablo smiled broadly, as if he actually liked the priest. Father Costas shifted his gaze to me, his face becoming stern. Anxiety gripped my stomach. Cardinal Sebastian has asked to see you, he said. You will be transported to Iquitos this afternoon. I would advise you to answer all his questions. Why does he want me? I asked. Because the truck you were caught with belonged to one of our priestess. We are assuming you received your copies of the manuscript from him. For one of our own priestess to disregard. The law is very serious. He looked at me with determination. I glanced at Pablo, who nodded me to continue. You think that the manuscript is undermining your religion? I asked Costas gently. He looked at me with condescension. Not just our religion, everyone's religion. Do you think there is no plan for this world? God is in control. He assigns our destiny. Our job is to obey the law set forth by God. Evolution is a myth. God created the future the way He wants it. To say humans can make themselves evolve, take the will of God out of the picture. It allows people to be selfish and separate. They think that their evolution is the important thing, not God's plan. They will treat each other even worse than they do now. I couldn't think of another question. The priest looked at me for a moment, then said almost kindly, I hope you will cooperate with Cardinal Sebastian. He turned and looked at Pablo, obviously proud of the way he had handled my questions. Pablo only smiled at me and nodded again. The priest walked out and a soldier locked the door behind him. Pablo leaned forward on his coat and beamed at me. His demeanor still completely transmitted confidence on his face. I looked at him for a moment, then smiled. What do you think happened just now? He asked. I struggled for humor. I found I am in more trouble than I thought. He laughed. What else occurred? I am not sure. what you are getting at. What were your questions? When you arrived here, I wanted to find Marjorie and Will. Well, you found one of them. What was your other question? I had a sense that these priestesses were against the manuscript, not out of malice, but because they misunderstood. I wanted to know what they were thinking. For some reason, I had the idea they could be talked out of this opposition. After saying this, I suddenly understood that Pablo was leading to. I had met Costas here now so that it could find out what bothered him about the manuscript. And what was the message you received? He asked. The message? Yes, the message. I looked at him. It is the idea of participating in evolution that bothers them, isn't it? Yes, he said. That would figure, I added. The idea of physical evolution is bad enough, but to extend the idea to everyday life, to the individual decisions we make, to history itself, that is unacceptable. They think humans will run amok with his evolution. The relation between people will degenerate. No wonder they want to see the manuscript suppressed. Could you convince them otherwise? Pablo asked. No. I mean, I don't know enough myself. What would it take for someone to be able to convince them? One would have to know the truth. One would have to know how humans would be treating each other if everyone was following the insight and evolving. Pablo appeared pleased. What? I asked, smiling along with him. How humans will act toward each other is in the very next insight. The eighth. Your question of why the priestess were against the manuscript has been answered, and the answer in turn has evolved into another question. Yes, I said, deep in thought. I have got to find the eighth. I have got to get out of here. Don't go too fast, Pablo cautioned. You must take sure you fully grasp the seventh before you go to further. Do you think I grasp it? I asked. Am I staying in the flow of evolution? You will, he said, if you remember to keep your questions always in mind. Even people who are still unaware can stumble into answers and see coincidences in retrospect. The seventh insight occurs when we can see these answers as they arrive. It heightens everyday experience. We must assume every event has significance and contains a message that somehow pertains to our questions. This especially applies to what we used to call bad things. The seventh insight says that the challenge is to find the silver lining in every event, no matter how negative. You first thought that being captured had ruined everything, but now you can see that you were supposed to be here. This is where your answer were. He was right. What if I was receiving answers here and evolving to a higher level? Then Pablo must certainly be doing the same thing. Suddenly we heard someone coming down the hall. Pablo looked directly at me, a serious look on his face. Listen, he said. Remember what I told you. The eighth insight is next for you. It is about an interpersonal ethic, a way of treating other people so more messages are shared. But remember not to go too fast. Stay centered in your situation. What are your questions? I wanted to find out where Will is, I said, and I want to find the eighth insight, and I want to find Marjorie. And what was your guiding intuition concerning Marjorie? I thought for a moment that I would escape, that we would escape. We could hear someone right outside the door. Did I bring you a message? I asked Pablo hurriedly. Of course, he said. When you arrived, I didn't know why I was here. I know. It had something to do with communicating the seventh insight, but I doubted my ability. I didn't think that I knew enough. Because of you, he continued, I now know that I can. That was one of the messages that you brought to me. Was there another? Yes, your intuition that the priestess can be convinced to accept the manuscript is a message for me also. It makes me think I am here to convince Father Costas. As he finished speaking, a soldier opened the door and motioned for me. I looked at Pablo. I want to tell you one of the concept the next insight talk about, he said. The soldier glared at him and took my arm, ushering me out of the door and closing it. As I was led away, Pablo stared through the bars. The eighth insight warns against something, he called out. It warns against your growth being stopped. It happens when you become addicted to another person. Part 8. The Interpersonal Ethic. I followed the soldier up the step and out into the bright sunshine. Pablo's warning was echoing in my head. Addiction to another person? What did he mean by that? What kind of addiction? The soldier led me down the path toward the parking area where two other soldiers stood beside a military jeep. They watched us intensely as we walked their way. When I was close enough to see inside the jeep, I noticed that a passenger was already sitting in the back. Marjorie, she looked pale and anxious before I could catch her eye. The soldier behind me grabbed my arm and directed me into the seat beside her. Two other soldiers climbed into the front seat. The one sitting on the driver's side glanced back at us briefly. Then he stayed the vehicle and headed north. Do you speak English? I asked the soldier. The soldier in the passenger seat, a beefy man, looked at me blankly and said something in Spanish that I couldn't understand, then turned curtly away. I turned my attention to Marjorie. Are you all right? I asked in a whisper. Ah, yeah, her voice faded, and I noticed tears were flowing down her face. It is going to be okay, I said, putting my arm around her. She looked up at me, forcing a smile, then rested her head on my shoulder. A ripple of passion filled my body. For an hour, we bounced along the upwaved road. Outside, the landscape grew continuously more lush and jungle-like. Then, around one bend, the dense vegetation opened up into what happened to be a small tall wood frame building lined both sides of the road. 100 yards ahead, a large truck blocked the way. Several soldiers motioned for us to stop. Beyond them were other vehicles, some with flashing yellow lights. I became more alert as we pulled to a stop. One of the soldiers outside walking up and said something I couldn't understand. The only word I recognized was gasoline. Our escorts left the jeep and stood outside talking with the other soldiers. They glanced at us occasionally, weapons at their side. I noticed a small street which angled into the left. As I looked at the shops and doorways, something changed in my perception. The shapes and colors of the building suddenly stood out and became more distinct. I whispered Marjorie's name and felt her look up, but before she could say anything, an enormous explosion rocked the jeep. A blast of fire and light shot up from the area in front of us, and the soldiers were blown to the ground. Immediately our vision was obscured by smoke and falling ash. Come on, I yelled, pulling Marjorie from the vehicle. Amid the confusion, we ran down the street in a direction I had been looking. Behind us, I could hear distant shouts and moans, still engulfed with smoke. We ran, perhaps 50 yards. Suddenly, I noticed a doorway to the left. In here, I shouted. The door was open, and we both ran inside. I fell against the door, closing it securely. When I turned around, I saw a middle-aged woman staring at us. We had dashed into someone's home. As I looked at her, attempting a smile, I noticed that the woman's expression was not one of horror nor anger at having had two strangers rush into her house after an explosion. Instead, what she displayed was an amused half smile that looked more like resignation, as though she half expected us and now had to do something. On a chair nearby was a small child about 4 years old. Hurry, she said in English. They will be looking for you. She ushered us to the back of the sparsely furnished living room, through a hall, and down some wooden step to a long cellar. The child walked at her side. We moved quickly through the cellar and up some other step to an outside door leading to an alley. The woman unlocked a small compact car which was parked there and hurried us inside. She directed us to lie down in the back seat, threw a blanket over us, and pulled away in what seemed to be a northerly direction. Through it all, I remained speechless, carried along by woman's initiative. A rush of energy filled my body as I fully realized what had happened. My intuition of escape had occurred. Marjorie lay beside me, her eyes tightly closed. Are you all right? I whispered. She looked up at me with tearful eyes and nodded. After about 15 minutes, the woman said, I think you can sit up now. I pushed away the blanket and looked around. We seemed to be on the same road as before the explosion, only further north. Who are you? I asked. She turned and looked at me with her half smile. She was a shapely woman of about 40 with shoulder-length dark hair. I am Carla Dees, she said. This is my daughter, Marita. The child was smiling and looking over the passenger seat at us with large, inquisitive eyes. Her hair was jet black and also long. I told them who we were, then asked, how did you know to help us? Carla's smile grew wider. You are running from the soldiers because of the manuscript, aren't you? Yes, but how did you know? I know the manuscript too. Where are you taking us? I asked. I don't know that, she said. You will have to help me. I glanced at Marjorie. She was watching me closely as I spoke. Right now, I don't know where to go, I said. Before I was captured, I was trying to get to Iquitos. Why did you want to go there? She asked. I am trying to find a friend. He is looking for the ninth insight. What is a dangerous thing? I know. We will take you there. Won't we, Marita? The little girl giggled and said with a sophistication beyond her years. Of course. What kind of explosion was that back there? I asked. I think it was a gas truck, she answered. Earlier an accident had occurred, a leak. I was still amazed at how quickly Carla had decided to help us. So I decided to press the question. How did you know we were running from the soldiers? She took a deep breath. Yesterday, many military trucks were passing through the village going north. This is unusual, and it made me think of the time 2 months ago when my friends were taken away. My friends and I studied the manuscript together. We were the only ones in this village who had all 8 insights. Then the soldiers came and took my friends. I have not heard from them. As I watched the truck yesterday, she continued, I know the soldiers were continuing the hunt, copies of the manuscript, and that others, like my friends, would need help. I envisioned myself helping those people if I could, of course. I suspected that it was meaningful that I was having that particular thought at that particular time. So, when you came into my house, I was not surprised. She paused, then asked, have you ever experienced this? Yes, I said. Kailash slowed the car. Ahead was a crossroad. I think we should turn to the right here, she said. It will take longer, but it will be safer. As Kaila turned the car to the right, Marita slid to the left and had to hold onto the seat to keep from falling over. She giggled. Marjorie was staring appreciatively at the little girl. How old is Marita? Marjorie asked Kaila. Kaila looked disturbed, then said gently, please don't talk about her as if she wasn't here. She was an adult. You would have addressed the question to her. Oh, I am sorry, Marjorie said. I am 5, Marita said proudly. Have you studied the 8th insight? Kaila asked. No, Marjorie said. I have only seen the 3rd insight. I am at the 8th, I said. Do you have any copies? No, Kaila said. All the copies were taken away by the soldiers. Does the 8th talk about how to relate children? Yes, it is about how human will eventually learn to relate to each other and talk of many things, such as how to project energy to others and how to avoid addiction to people. There was that warning again. I was about to talk Kaila. That it meant when Marjorie spoke. Tell us about the 8th insight, she asked. The 8th insight, Kaila explained, is about using energy in a new way when related to people in general, but it being at the beginning with children. How should we view children? I asked. We should view them as they really are, as an point in evolution that lead us forward. But in order to learn to evolve, they need our energy on a constant basis, unconditionally. The worst thing that can be done to children is to drain their energy while correcting them. This is what creates control dramas in them, as you already know. But this learned manipulation on the child's part can be avoided if the adults give them all the energy they need, no matter what the situation. This is why they should always be included in conversation, especially conversations about them. And you should never take responsibility for more children than you can give attention to. The manuscript says all this? I asked. Yes, she said. And the point about the number of children is highly stressed. I felt confused. Why is the number of children one has important? She glanced at me for an instant as she drove, because any one adult can only focus on and give attention to one child at a time. If then there are too many children for the number of adults, then the adults become overwhelmed and unable to give enough energy. The children begin to compete with each other for adults' time. Siblings rivalry, I said. Yes, but the manuscript says that this problem is more important than people think. Adults often glamours the idea of large families and children growing up together. But children should learn the world from adults, not from other children. In too many cultures, children are running in ranks. The manuscript says humans will slowly understand that they should not bring children into the world unless there is at least one adult committed to focus full attention all of the time on each child. But Wait a minute, I said. In many situations, both parents must work to survive. This denies them the right to have children. Not necessarily, she replied. The manuscript says humans will learn to extend their families beyond blood ties so that someone else is able to provide one-on-one attention. All the energy should not have to come from the parents alone. In fact, it is better if it does not. But whoever cares for the children must provide this one-on-one attention. Well, I said, you have done something right. Marita certainly seems mature. Kerala frowned and said, don't tell me, tell her. All right, I looked at the child. You act very grown up, Marita. She looked away shyly for a moment, then said, thank you. Kerala hugged her warmly. Kerala looked at me proudly. For the last 2 years, I have been trying to relate to Marita according to the manuscript's guidelines, haven't I, Marita? The child smiled and nodded. I have tried to give her energy and to always tell her the truth of every situation in language she can understand. When she asked the question, a young child asked, I treated them very seriously, avoiding the temptation of giving her a fanciful answer, which is plainly for the entertainment of adult. I smiled. Do you mean untruths like strokes bring babies? That sort of thing? Yes, but these cultural expressions aren't so bad. Children figure these out quickly because they stay the same. Words are the distortions related on the spot by adult just because they want to have a little fun and because they believe the truth is too complicated for a child to comprehend. But this is not right. The truth can always be expressed at a child's level of understanding. It just takes some thought. What does the manuscript say about this issue? It says we should always find a way to tell a child the truth. Part of me resisted this idea. I was one who enjoyed kidding around with children. Don't kids usually understand that adults are just playing? I said. All this seems to make them grow up too fast and take some of the fun out of childhood. She looked at me sternly. Marita is full of fun. We chase and tumble and play all the childhood fantasy games. The difference is that when we are fantasizing, she knows it. I nodded. She was right, of course. Marita seems confident, Kerala continued, because I was there for her. I gave her one-on-one attention when she needed it. And if I wasn't there, my sister, who lives next door, was there. She always had an adult to answer her questions. And because she has had this sincere attention, she has never felt she had to act out or show off. She has always had enough energy and that makes her assume she will continue to have enough, which makes the transition from receiving energy from adult to getting it from the universe, which was already talked about, much easier for her to grasp. I noticed the terrain outside. We were traveling through deep jungle. Now and though I couldn't see it, I knew the sun was low in the afternoon sky. Can we get to Iquitos tonight? I asked. No, Kerala said. But we can stay at a house, I know. Near here? I asked. Yes, it is the house of a friend. He works for the wildlife service. He works for the government. Some of the Amazon is a protected area. He is the local agent, but influential. His name is Juan Hinton. Do not worry. He believes in the manuscript and they have never bothered him. By the time we arrived, the sky was completely dark. Around us, the jungle was alive with night sounds and air muggy. A large, well-lit wood frame house stood at the end of a clearing in the dense foliage. Nearby, there were two large buildings and several jeeps. Another vehicle was up on blocks and two men worked around lights underneath. A thin Peruvian dressed in expensive clothing answered Carla's knock and smiled at her until he noticed Marjorie, Marita and myself waiting on the steps. His face turned nervous and displeased as he talked to her in Spanish. She said something pleadingly in return, but his mannerism and inflection indicate that he did not want us to stay. Then, through the crack in the door, I noticed a lone female figure standing in the foyer. I moved a little to bring her face into view. It was Julia. As I looked, she turned her head and saw me, then quickly walked forward with a surprised look on her face. She touched the shoulder of the man at the door and said something quietly into his ear. The man nodded, then opened the door with a look of resignation. We all introduced ourselves as Hinton led the way into the den area. Julia looked at me and said, "We meet again." She wore khaki pants with pockets on the legs and a bright red t-shirt. "Yes, we do," I said. The Peruvian servant stopped Hinton, and after talking for a minute, the two walked into another part of the house. Julia sat in a chair by a coffee table and motioned for the rest of us to sit on a couch across from her. Marjorie appeared panicked. She looked at me intensely. Carla also seemed to be aware of Marjorie's distress. She walked over and took her by the hand. "Let us get some hot tea," she suggested. As they walked away, Marjorie glanced back at me. I smiled and watched them until they turned the corner into the kitchen. Then I turned to face Julia. "So, what do you think it means?" she asked. "What does what mean?" I replied, still distracted. "That we have run into each other again." "Oh, I don't know. How did you wind up with Carla? And where are you going?" "She saved us. Marjorie and I had been detained by Peruvian troops. When we escaped, she happened to be there to help us." Julia looked intense. "Tell me, what occurred?" I leaned back and told her the whole story, beginning at the point in which I had taken Father Carl's truck and then all about the capture and our eventual escape. "And Carla agreed to take you to Iquitos?" Julia asked. "Yes. Why do you want go there?" "That is where Will told Father Carl he was going. Will apparently has a lead about the 9th Insight. Also, Sebastian is there for some reason." Julia nodded. "Yes, Sebastian has a mission near there. It's where he made his reputation, converting the Indians." "What about you?" I asked. "What are you doing here?" Julia told me that she too wanted to find the 9th Insight, but that she had no leads. She had come to this house after thinking repeatedly of her old friend Hinton. I was hardly listening. Marjorie and Carla had walked out of the kitchen and were standing in the hall talking, cups of tea in their hands. Marjorie caught my eye but said nothing. "Has she read much of the manuscript?" Julia asked, nodding toward Marjorie. "Just the 3rd Insight," I said. "We can probably get her out of Peru, if that is what she wants." I turned and looked at her. "How?" "Ronaldo is leaving tomorrow for Brazil. We have some friends at the American embassy there. They can get her back to the United States. We have helped other Americans this way." I looked at her and nodded intently. I realized I was having mixed feeling about what she had said. Part of me knew that leaving would be best for Marjorie, but another part wanted her to stay, to remain with me. I felt changed, energized when she was around. I think I need to talk with her, I finally said. Of course, Julia replied. We can talk later. I got up and walked toward her. Carla was heading back toward the kitchen. Marjorie stepped around the corner of the hall, out of sight. When I walked up, she was leaning back against the wall. I pulled Marjorie into my arms. My body pulsated. Feel that energy? I asked, whispering into her ear. It is incredible, she said. What does it mean? I don't know. We have some kind of connection. I glanced around. No one would see us. We kissed passionately. When I pulled back to look at her face, she looked different, stronger somehow, and I thought back to the day we had met at Vicent and to the conversation in the restaurant at Kula. I couldn't believe the amount of energy I felt in her presence, and when she touched me, she held me tightly. Since that day at Vicent, she said, I have wanted to be with you. I didn't know what to think about it then, but the energy is wonderful. I have never experienced anything like this. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Carla walking up, smiling. She told us that dinner was ready to. We made our way into the dining room and found a huge buffet of fresh fruits and vegetables and breads. Everyone served their plates and sat around a large table. After Marita sang a blessing song, we spent an hour and a half eating and talking casually. Hinton had lost his nervousness and he set a light-hearted mood, which helped to ease the tension of our escape. Marjorie was talking freely and laughing. Sitting beside her filled me with warm love. After dinner, Hilton took us back into the den, where a custard dessert was served with a sweet liquor. Marjorie and I sat on the couch and fell into a long conversation about our past and significant life experiences. We seemed to grow closer and closer. The only difficulty we discovered was that she lived on the west coast and I resided in the south. Later, Marjorie dismissed the problem and laughed heartily. I can't wait until we get back to United States, she said. We will have so much fun traveling back and forth. I sat back and gave her a serious look. Julia said she could arrange a way for you to go home now. You mean both of us, don't you? She replied. No, I can't go. Why? She asked. I can't live without you, but I can't stand to stay here by longer either. I will go crazy. You will have to go on ahead. I will be able to leave soon. No, she said loudly. I can't stand that. Carla, who was walking back into the den from putting Marita in bed, glanced toward us, then looked quickly away. Hinton and Julia were still talking, seemingly oblivious to Marjorie's outburst. Please, Marjorie said, let us just go home. I looked away. Okay, fine, she said. Stay. She stood and walked briskly toward the bedroom area. My gut wrenched as I watched Marjorie walk away. The energy I had gained with her collapsed and I suddenly felt weak and confused. I tried to shake it off. After all, I told myself, I hadn't known her that long. On the other hand, I thought maybe she was correct. Maybe I should just go home. What difference could I make here anyway? Back at home, I could perhaps marshal some support for the manuscript and stay alive. As well, I stood up and started to follow her down the hall, but for some reason I sat back down. I couldn't decide what to do. May I join you for a minute? Carla was suddenly asking. I hadn't noticed that she was standing beside the sofa. Sure, I said. She sat down and looked at me with regard. I couldn't help overhearing. What is going on? She said, and I thought that before you made your decision, you might want to hear what the eighth insight say about addiction to people. Yes, please, I want to know what that means. When one first learns to be clear and to engage one's evolution, any of us can be stopped suddenly by an addiction to another person. You are speaking of Marjorie and me, aren't you? Let me explain the process, she said. And you judge yourself. Okay, first let me say that I had a very hard time with this part of the insight. I don't think I would have ever understood if I had not met Professor Renew. Renew, I exclaimed. I know him. We met when I was learning the fourth insight. Well, she said, we met when we both had reached the eighth insight. We stayed at my house for several days. I nodded in amazement. He said that the idea of an addiction, as used in the manuscript, explains why power struggles arise in romantic relationship. We have always wondered what caused the bliss and euphoria of love to end, to suddenly turn into conflict, and now we know it is a result of the flow of energy between the individuals involved. When love first happened, the two individuals are giving each other energy unconsciously, and both people feel buoyant and elated. That is the incredible high we call being in love. Unfortunately, once they expect this feeling to come from the other person, they cut themselves off from the energy in the universe and begin to rely even more on the energy from each other. Now, there doesn't seem to be enough, and so they stop giving each other energy and fall back into their dramas in an attempt to control each other and force the other's energy their way. At that point, the relationship degenerates into the usual power struggle. She hesitated for a moment, as if checking whether I understood, then added, Renew told me that our susceptibility to this kind of addiction can be described psychologically, if that will help you understand. I nodded again for her to continue. Renew said the problem started in our early family. Because of the energy competition there, none of us were able to complete an important psychological process. We weren't able to integrate our opposite sexual side. Our what? In my case, she continued, I wasn't able to integrate my male side. In your case, you weren't able to integrate your female side. The reason we can become addicted to someone of the opposite sex is that we have yet to access this opposite sex energy ourselves. You see, the mystical energy that we can tap as an inner source is both male and female. We can eventually open up to it, but when we first begin to evolve, we have to be careful. The integration process takes some time. If we connect prematurely with a human source for our female or male energy, we block the universal supply. I told her I didn't understand things of how this integration is supposed to work in an ideal family, she explained. And then perhaps you can see what I mean. In any family, the child must first receive energy from the adult in his life, usually identifying with that. Integrating the energy of the same-sexed parent is accomplished easily, but receiving energy from the other parent can be more difficult because of the difference in the sexes. Let us use a female child as an example. All the little girl know as she first attempts to integrate her male side is that she is extremely attracted to her father. She wants him around and close to her all the time. The manuscript explains that what she really wants is male energy, because this male energy complements her female side. From this male energy, she receives a sense of completion and euphoria, but she mistakenly thinks that the only way to have this energy is by sexually possessing her father and keeping him close physically. Interestingly, because she intuits that this energy is really supposed to be her own and that she should be able to command this energy at will. She wants to direct the father as if he were that part of herself. She thinks he is magical and perfect and able to supply her every whim. In a less than ideal family, this sets up a powerful conflict between the little girl and her dad. Dreams are formed as she learns to posture herself in order to manipulate him into giving her the energy she desires. But in an ideal family, the father would remain uncompetitive. He would continue to relate honestly and have enough energy so as to supply her unconditionally, even though he can't do everything she asks. The important thing to know here in our ideal example is that the father would remain open and communicative. She thinks he is ideal and magical, but if he honestly explains who he is and what he is doing and why, then the little girl can integrate his particular style and abilities and proceed past an unrealistic view of her father. In the end, she will see him as just a particular human being with his own talents and faults. Once this true emulation takes place, then the child makes an easy transition from receiving her opposite sex energy from her father to receiving it as part of the overall energy existing in the universe at large. The problem, she went on, is that most parents up to now have been competing with their own children for energy, and that has affected all of us because this competition was taking place, none of us having quite resolved this opposite sex issue. We are all stuck at this stage where we are still looking for our opposite sex energy outside of ourselves. In the person of a male or female, we can think of as ideal and magical and can possess sexually. See the problem? Yes, I said, I think I do. In terms of our ability to evolve consciously, she continued, we are faced with a critical situation. As I said before, according to the eighth insight, when we first begin to evolve, we automatically begin to receive our opposite sex energy. It comes in naturally from the energy in the universe, but we must be careful because if another person comes along who offers this energy directly, we can cut ourselves off from the true source and regress. She chuckled to herself. What are you laughing at? I asked. Renu once made this analogy, she said. He said that until we learn how to avoid this situation, we are talking around like a circle half complete. You know, we look like the letter C. We are very susceptible to a person of the opposite sex, some other circle half complete, coming up and joining with us, completing the circle that way, and giving us a burst of euphoria and energy that feels like the wholeness that a full connection with the universe produces. In reality, we have only joined up with another person who is looking for their other half on the outside too. Renu said that this is a classical codependent relationship and that it has built-in problems that begin to arise immediately. She hesitated as though she expected me to say something, but I only nodded. You see, the problem with this completed person, this O, that both people think they have reached, is that it has taken two people to make this one whole person, one supplying the female energy and the other supplying male. This one whole person consequently has two heads or egos. Both people want to run this whole person they have created, and so, just as in childhood, both people want to command the other as if the other were themselves. This kind of illusion of completeness always breaks down into power struggle. In the end, each person must take the other for granted and even invalidate them so that they can lead this whole self in the direction they want to go. But of course, that doesn't work, at least not anymore. Perhaps in the past, one of the partners was willing to submit themselves to the other, usually the woman, sometimes the man. But we are waking up now. No one wants to be subservient to anyone else any longer. I thought of what the first insight had conveyed about the power struggle within intimate relationships and of the woman's outburst at the restaurant with Charlene. So much for romance, I said. Oh, we can still have romance, Carla replied. But first we have to complete the circle on our own. We have to stabilize our channel with the universe. That takes time, but afterward we are never susceptible to this problem again, and we can have what the manuscript calls a higher relationship. When we connect romantically with another whole person, after that we create a super person. But it never pulls us from the path of our individual evolution, which is what you think Marjorie and I are doing to each other now, isn't it? Pulling ourselves off our paths. Yes. So how do we avoid these encounters? I asked. By resisting the love at first sight feeling for a while, by learning to have platonic relationship with the members of the opposite sex. But remember the process. You must have this relationship only with the people who will reveal themselves totally, telling you how and why they are doing what they are doing, just as this would have happened with the opposite-sexed parent during an ideal childhood. By understanding who these opposite-sexed friends really are on inside, one breaks past one's own fantasy projection about that gender, and that releases us to connect again with the universe. Remember also, she continued, that this is not easy, especially if one has to break away from a current codependent relationship. It is a real pulling apart of energy. It hurts, but it must be done. Codependence is not some new melody some of us have. We are all codependent, and we are all growing out of it now. The idea is to begin to experience that sense of well-being and euphoria experienced in the first moment of a codependent relationship. When you are alone, you get to have him or her on the inside. After that, you evolve forward and can find that special romantic relationship that really fits you. She paused, and who knows, if both you and Marjorie evolved further, perhaps you will find that you truly belong with each other. But understand, your relationship with her has no way of working now. Our conversation was interrupted as Hinton walked over and explained that he was retiring for the night and that our rooms had been prepared. We both expressed our appreciation for this hospitality, and as he walked away, Carla said, I think I am going to bed also. We will talk later. I nodded and watched her as she left. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Julia. I am going to my room, she said. Do you know where yours is? I can show you. Please, I said, then asked, where is Marjorie's room? She smiled as we walked down the hall and stopped in front of a particular door. Now here, near yours, she said. Mr. Hilton is a very conservative man. I smiled back and bid her good night. then entered my room and held my stomach until I went to sleep. I awoke to the smell of rich coffee. The aroma permeated the entire house. After I dressed, I walked into the den. An older male houseworker offered me a glass of fresh grape juice, which I accepted. "Good morning," Julia said from behind me. I turned around. "Good morning." She looked at me intensely, then asked, "Have you discovered yet why we have run into each other again?" "No," I said. "I haven't been able to think about it. I have been trying to understand addictions." "Yes," she replied. "I saw." "What do you mean?" I could tell what was happening by the way your energy field looked. "How did it look?" I asked. "Your energy was connected to Marjorie's. When you were sitting here and she was in the other room, your field stretched all the way in there and attached to hers." I shook my head. She smiled and put her hand on my shoulder. "You had lost your connection with the universe. You had become addicted to Marjorie's energy as a substitute. It is the same way with all addictions. One goes through someone or something else to connect with the universe. The way to deal with this is to get your energy up and then center yourself again in what you are really doing here." I nodded and walked outside. She waited in the den. For about 10 minutes, I practiced the method of building energy that Sages had taught me. Gradually, the beauty returned and I felt much lighter. I returned to the house. "You look better," Julia said. "I feel better," I replied. "So what are your questions at this point?" I thought for a minute. I had found Marjorie. That question had been answered, but I still wanted to find out where Will was, and I still wanted to understand how people would be acting toward each other if they follow this manuscript. If the manuscript's effect was positive, why would Sebastian and the other priestess be worried? I looked at Julia. I need to grasp the rest of 8th insight and I still want to find Will. Maybe he has the 9th. "I am going to Iquitos tomorrow," she said. "Would you like to go?" I hesitated. "I think Will is there," she added. "How do you know?" "Because of the thought I had about him last night." I said nothing. "I had thought of you too," Julia continued. "Of both of us going to Iquitos. You are involved in this somehow." "Involved in what?" I asked. She grinned. "In finding this last insight before Sebastian does." As she spoke, the image came to my mind of Julia and me arriving at Iquitos, but then deciding to go in separate direction for some reason. I felt I had a purpose, but it was unclear. I focused again on Julia. She was smiling. "Where were you?" she asked. "Sorry," I said. "I was thinking about something." "Was it important?" "I don't know. I was thinking that once we get to Iquitos, that we would go in two directions." Ronaldo came into the room. "I brought the supplies you wanted," he said to Julia. He recognized me and nodded politely. "Good, thank you," Julia replied. "Did you see many soldiers?" "No, I did not see any," he said. Marjorie walked into the room then and distracted me, but I could hear Julia explaining to Ronaldo that she thought Marjorie wanted to go with him to Brazil, where she would arrange a passage back to state. I went over to Marjorie. "How did you sleep?" I asked. She looked at me as though deciding whether to remain angry. "Not very well," she said. I nodded toward Ronaldo. "He is Julia's friend. He is leaving this morning for Brazil. From there he will help you get back to state." She appeared frightened. "Look, you are going to be okay," I said. "They have helped other Americans. They know people at the American embassy in Brazil. In no time, you will be home." She nodded. "I am worried about you." "I will be fine. Don't worry. As soon as I get back to the US, I will call you." From behind me, Hinton announced that breakfast was being served. We walked into the dining room and ate. Afterward, Julia and Ronaldo seemed to be in a hurry. Julia explained that it was important for Ronaldo and Marjorie to get across the border before dark, and the journey would take all day. Marjorie packed some clothes that Hilton had given her, and later, while Julia and Ronaldo were talking by the door, I pulled Marjorie to the side. Don't worry about anything, I said. Just keep your eyes open and perhaps you will see the other insides. She smiled but said nothing. I watched with Julia as Ronaldo helped her load her things into her small car. Her eyes met mine briefly as they drove away. Do you think they will get through all right? I asked Julia. She looked at me and winked. Of course, and now we had better go as well. I have some clothes for you. She handed me a sachet of clothes and we loaded these and several boxes of foodstuff into the pickup truck. We then said goodbye to Hinton and Kerla and Marita and drove northeast toward Iquitos. As we traveled, the landscape grew even more jungle-like and we saw very few signs of people. I began thinking of the eighth insight. Clearly, it was a new understanding of how to treat others, but I didn't understand it completely. Kerala had told me of the way one should treat children and the dangers of an addiction to a person, but both Pablo and Kerala had alluded to a way to consciously project energy into other. What was this about? I caught Julia's eye and said, I haven't quite grasped the eighth insight. How we approach other people determine how quickly we evolve, how quickly our life questions are answered, she said. How does that work? I asked. Think about your own situation, she said. How have your questions been answered? By people who came along, I guess. Were you completely open to their messages? Not really. I was mainly aloof. Were the people who brought messages to you pulled back also? No. They were very open and helpful. I hesitated, unable to think of the correct way to express my idea. Did they help you by opening you up? She asked. Did they fill you with warmth and energy somehow? Her remark uncapped an eruption of memories. I recalled Will's soothing attitude when I was on the verge of panic in Lima, and Sach's fatherly hospitality and Father Carl's and Pablo's and Kerla's concerned counsel, and now Julia's. They all had the same book in their eyes. They all had the same look in their eyes. Yes, I said. All of you have done that? That is right, she said. We have, and we are doing it consciously, following the eighth insight. By lifting you up and helping you to get clear, we could search for the truth, the message that you had for us. Do you understand that? Energizing you was the best thing we could do for ourselves. What does the manuscript say about all this exactly? It says that whenever people cross our paths, there is always a message for us. Chance encounters do not exist, but how we respond to these encounters determines whether we are able to receive the message. If we have a conversation with someone who crosses our path and we do not see a message pertaining to our current questions, it does not mean there was no message. It only means we missing it for some reason. She thought for a moment, then continued. Have you ever run into an old friend or acquaintance, talked for a minute and left, then run into him or her again the same day or the same week? Yes, I have, I replied. And what do you usually say? Something like, well, fancy seeing you again, and laugh and go on your way. Something like that. The manuscript says that what we should do instead in that situation is to stop what we are doing, no matter what, and find out the message we have for that person and that the person has for us. The manuscript predicting that once humans grasp this reality, our interaction will slow down and become more purposeful and deliberate. But isn't that hard to do, especially with someone who wouldn't know what you were talking about? Yes, but the manuscript outlines the procedures. You mean the exact way we are supposed to treat each other? That is right. What does it say? Do you remember the third insight? That humans are unique in a world of energy, in that they can project their energy consciously? Yes. Do you remember how this is done? I recalled John's lessons. Yes, it is done by appreciating the beauty of an object until enough energy comes into us to feel love. At that point, we can send energy back. That is right. And the same principle holds true with the people. When we appreciate the shape and the manner of a person, really focus on them until their shape and features begin to stand out and to have more presence, we can then send them energy, lifting them up. Of course, the first step is to keep our own energy high. Then we can start the flow of energy coming into us, through us, and into the other person. The more we appreciate their wholeness, their inner beauty, the more the energy flows into them, and naturally, the more that flows into us. She laughed. It is really a rather hedonistic thing to do, she said. The more we can love and appreciate others, the more energy flows into us. That is why loving and energizing others is the best possible thing we can do for ourselves. I have heard that before, I said. Father Satcher says it often. I looked at Julia closely. I had the feeling I was seeing her deeper personality for the first time. She returned my gaze for an instant, then focused again on the road. The effect on the individual of this projection of energy is immense, she said. Right now, for instance, you are filling me with energy. I can feel it. What I feel is a greater sense of lightness and clarity as I am formulating my thoughts to speak, because you are giving me more energy than I would have otherwise. I can see what my truth is and more readily give it to you. When I do that, you have a sense of revelation about what I am saying. This leads you to see my higher self even more fully and so appreciate and focus on it at an even deeper level, which gives me even more energy and greater insight into my truth. And the cycle begins over again. Two or more people doing this together can reach incredible height as they build one another up and have it immediately returned. You must understand, though, that this connection is completely different from a codependent relationship. A codependent relationship begins this way, but soon becomes controlling because the addiction cuts them off from their source and the energy runs out. Real projection of energy has no attachment or intention. Both people are just waiting for the messages. As she spoke, I thought of a question. Pablo had said that I didn't get Father Costas' messages at first because I set off his childhood trauma. What do we do? I asked Julia. If the person we are speaking with is already operating in a controlled drama and trying to pull us into it, how do we cut through that? Julia answered quickly. The manuscript says if we do not assume the matching drama, then the person's own drama will fall apart. I am not sure I understand, I said. Julia was looking at the road ahead. I could tell she was in thought. Somewhere right through here is a house where we can buy some gasoline. I looked down at the gas gauge. It indicated the truck's tank was half full. We will have plenty of gas, I said. Yes, I know, she replied. But I had a thought about stopping and filling it up. So I think we should. Oh, okay. There is the road, she said, pointing to the right. We made the turn and drove almost a mile into the jungle before arriving at what looked like a supply house for fishermen and hunters. The dwelling was built at the edge of a river and several fishing boats were tied to the dock. We pulled up to a rushy pump and Julia went inside to find the owner. I climbed out and stretched, then walked around the building to the water's edge. The air was extremely humid, although the thick canopy of trees blocked the sun. I could tell it was almost directly overhead. Soon the temperature would be scorching. Suddenly a man behind me was speaking angrily in Spanish. I turned to see a short, stocky Peruvian. He looked at me menacingly and repeated the statement. I don't understand what you are saying. He switched to English. Who are you? What are you doing here? I tried to ignore him. We are just here for gas. We will be gone in a few minutes. I turned around and faced the water again, hoping he would go away. He walked to the side of me. I think you better tell me. Who are you? Yankee. I looked at him again. He appeared to be serious. I am an American, I said. I am not sure where I am going. I am riding with a friend. I lost American, he said hostily. That is right, I said. What are you after here? American? I am not after anything, I said, trying to walk back to the car. And I have done nothing to you. Leave me alone. I noticed suddenly that Julia was standing at the vehicle. Then I looked. The Peruvian turned and looked too. It is time to leave, Julia said. They are not in business any longer. Who are you? The Peruvian asked her in his hostile tone. Why are you so angry? Julia asked in response. The man's demeanor changed. Because it is my job to look after this place. I am sure you do a good job, but it is hard for people to talk if you are frightening them. The man stared, trying to figure Julia out. We are on our way to Iquitos, Julia said. We are working with Father Sanchez and Father Carl. Do you know them? He shook his head, but the mention of the two priests settled him down even more. He finally nodded and walked away. Let us go, Julia said. We go into the truck and drove away. I realized how anxious and nervous I had been. I tried to shake it off. Did anything happen inside? I asked. Julia looked at me. What do you mean? I mean, did anything happen inside to explain why you had the thought of to stop? She laughed, then said, no, all the action was outside. I looked at her. Have you figured it out? She asked. No, I replied. What were you thinking about just before we arrived? That I wanted to stretch my legs. No, before that. What were you asking about when we were talking? I tried to think. We were talking about childhood dramas. Then I remembered. You had said something that had confused me. I said, you had said that a person cannot play a control drama with us unless we play the matching drama. I didn't understand that. You are understand now? Not really. What are you getting at? The scene outside clearly demonstrated that happens if you do play the matching drama. How? She glanced at me briefly. What drama was the man playing with you? He was obviously the intimidator, right? And what drama did you play? I was just trying to get him off my back. I know, but what drama were you playing? Well, I started off in my aloofness drama, but he kept coming after me. Then, the conversation was irritating me, but I tried to get centered and stay with it. I looked at Julia and said, I guess I was playing a poor me. She smiled. That is right. I noticed you handling him with no problem, I said, only because I didn't play the drama he expected. Remember that each person's control drama was formed in childhood in relation to another drama. Therefore, each drama needed a matching drama to be fully played out. What the intimidator need in order to get angry is either a poor me or another intimidator. How did you handle it? I asked, still confused. My drama response would have been to play the intimidator myself, trying to out-intimidate him, of course. This would probably have resulted in violence, but instead I did what the manuscript instructed. I named the drama he was playing. All dramas are covert strategies to get energy. He was trying to intimidate you out of your energy. When he tries that on me, I named what he was doing. That is why you asked why he was so angry. Yes, the manuscript says that covert manipulation for energy can't exist if you bring them into consciousness by pointing them out. They cease to be covert. It is very simple method. The best truth about what is going on in a conversation always prevails. After that, the person has to be more real and honest. That makes sense, I said. I guess I have even named dramas myself before, though I didn't know what I was doing. I am sure that is something all of us have done. We are just learning more about what is at stake. And the key to making it work is to simultaneously look beyond the drama at the real person in front of you and send as much energy their way as possible. If they can feel energy coming in anyway, then it is easier for them to give up their way of manipulating for it. What could you appreciate in that guy? I said. I could appreciate him as a little insecure boy needing energy desperately. Besides, he brought you a very timely message, right? I looked at her. She appeared to be on the verge of laughter. You think we stopped there just so I could grasp how to deal with someone playing a drama? That was the question you asked, wasn't it? I smiled, my good feeling beginning to return. Yes, I guess it was. The mosquito buzzing around my face forced me awake. I looked over at Julia. She was smiling as though recalling something humorous. For several hours after leaving the river camp, we had ridden in silence, munching on the food Julia had prepared for the trip. You are awake, Julia said. Yes, I replied. How far is Iketos? The town is about 30 miles, but the Stewart Inn is only a few minutes ahead. It is a small inn and a hunting camp. The owner is English and support the manuscript. She smiled again. We have had many good times together. Unless something was happened, he should be there. I hope we can get a lead on where Will is. She pulled the truck to the side of the road and looked at me. We would better get ended in where we are, she said, before I ran into you again. I had been floundering around, wanting to help find the ninth insight, but not knowing where to go. At one point, I realized I had been thinking repeatedly of Hinton. I get to his house and who should show up. But you tell me that you are looking for Will and that he is rumored to be in Ikatos. I have the intuition that we will both be involved in finding the ninth insight, and then you have the intuition that at some point we separate and go in different directions. Is that pretty much it? Yes, I said. Well, I want you to know that after that I got to thinking about Willie Stewart and the inn. Something is going to happen there. I nodded. She drove the vehicle back on the road and around a curve. There is the inn, Julia said. Ahead about 200 yards, where the road took another sharp bend to the right, was a two-story Victorian-style home. We pulled into a gravel parking area and stopped. Several men were talking on the porch. I opened the door of the vehicle and was about to get out when Julia touched my shoulder. Remember, she said, no one is here by accident. Stay alert for the messages. I followed her as we walked up on the porch. The men, well-dressed Peruvian, nodded distractedly as we walked by them and into the house. Once in the large foyer, Julia pointed to a dining room and asked me to pick a table and wait there while she looked for the owner. Thus surveyed the room. It contained a dozen or so tables lined in two rows. I picked a table about halfway down and sat with my back against the wall. 3 more men, all Peruvians, come in behind me and sat down across from my table. Another man came in soon after and took a table about 20 feet to my right. He sat at an angle where his back was slightly toward me. I noticed he was a foreigner, perhaps European. Julia entered the room, spotted me, and then walked over and sat down facing me. The owner isn't here, she said, and his clerk knew nothing of Will. Now what? I asked. She looked at me and shrugged. I don't know. We will have to assume that someone here has a message for us. Who do you think it is? I don't know. How do you know it will happen? I asked, suddenly feeling skeptical. Even after all the mysterious coincidences that had happened to me since I had been in Peru, I still had trouble believing one would occur now just because we wanted to eat. Don't forget the third insight, Julia replied. The universe is energy that responds to our expectations. People are part of that energy, universe too. So when we have a question, the people show up who have the answer. She cut her eyes to the other people in the room. I don't know who these people are, but if we could talk with them long enough, we would find a truth. Each had for us some part of the answer to our question. I looked at her askance. She leaned toward me across the table. Get it into your hand. Everyone who crosses our path has a message for us. Otherwise, they would have taken another path or left earlier or later. The fact that these people are here means that they are here for some reason. I looked at her, still not sure whether I believed it was that simple. The hard part, she said, is figuring out who to take time to talk with when talking with everyone is impossible. How do you decide? I asked. The manuscript says there are signs. I was listening intensely to Julia, but someone reasoned. I glanced around and looked at the man to my right. He turned around at exactly the same time and looked back at me. As I caught his eye, he shifted his gaze back to his food. I also looked away. What sign? I asked. Sign like that, she said. Like what? Like what you just did. She nodded toward the man to my right. What do you mean? Julia leaned toward me again. The manuscript says we will learn that sudden, spontaneous eye contact is a sign that two people should talk. But doesn't that happen all the time? I asked. Yes, it does, she said. And after it happened, most people just forget about it and go on with what they are doing. I nodded. What other signs does the manuscript mention? I asked. A sense of recognition, she replied. Seeing someone who looks familiar, even though you know you have never seen the person before. When she said that, I thought of Dobson and Renew, of how familiar they looked when I had first seen them. Does the manuscript say anything about why some people look familiar? I asked. Not much. It just says we are members of the same thought group with certain other people. Thought groups are usually evolving along the same line of interest. They think the same and that create the same expression and outward experience. We intuitively recognize members of our thought group and very often they provide messages for us. I looked at the man to my right one more time. He did look vaguely familiar, incredibly, as I gazed at him. He turned and glanced at me again. I quickly looked back at Julia. You must talk with this man, Julia said. I didn't respond. I felt uncomfortable with the idea of just walking up to him. I wanted to leave, to go on to Ikatos. I was about to make that suggestion when Julia spoke again. This is where we need to be, she said, not Ikatos. We have to play this out. The trouble with you is that you are resisting the idea of walking up to him and starting a conversation. How did you do that? I asked. Do what? She replied. No, what was thinking? There is nothing mysterious about it. It is a matter of looking closely at your expressions. What do you mean? When you are appreciating someone at a deeper level, you can see their most honest self beyond any facades they may put up. When you really focus at this level, you can perceive what someone is thinking as a subtle expression on their face. This is perfectly natural. It sounds telepathic to me, I said. She grinned. Telepathy is perfectly natural. I glanced over at the man again. He did not look. You had better get your energy together and talk with him, Julia said, before you lose the opportunity. I focused on increasing my energy until I felt stronger, then asked, what am I going to say to this guy? The truth, she said. Put the truth in a form you think he would recognize. Okay, I will. I slid back my chair and walked over to where the man was sitting. He looked shy and nervous, the way I remembered Pablo looking the night I met him. I tried to look beyond the man's nervousness to a deeper level. When I did, I seemed to perceive a new look on his face, one with more energy. Hello, I said. You appeared not to be a native Peruvian. I am hoping you can help me. I am looking for a friend of mine, Will James. Please sit down, he said in a Scandinavian accent. I am Professor Edmund Canner. He offered me his hand and said, I am sorry, I do not know your friend Will. I introduced myself and then explained, just on a hunch, that it would mean something to him, that Will was searching for the ninth insight. I am familiar with the manuscript, he said. I am here to study its authenticity. Alone, I was to meet a Professor Dobson here, but so far he has not come. I don't understand the delay. He assured me that he would be here when I arrived. You know Dobson? Yes, he is the one who is organizing an inspection of the manuscript. And he is all right. He is coming here. The professor looked at me questioningly. Those where the plans are made. Has something been wrong? My energy fell. I realized that Dobson's meeting with Canner had been set up before Dobson's arrest. I met him on the airplane. I explained. When I came to Peru, he was arrested in Lima. I have no idea what happened to him. Arrested? My God. When did you last speak with him? I asked. Several weeks ago, but our meeting time here was firm. He said he would call me if anything changed. Do you remember why he wanted you to meet him here instead of in Lima? I asked. He said there were some ruins around here and that he would be up in his area speaking with another scientist. Did he mention where he would be talking to the scientist? Yes, he said he had to go to San Luis, I believe. Why? I don't know. I was just wondering. As I said this, two things happened simultaneously. First, I began thinking of Dobson, of seeing him again. We were meeting along a road with large trees, and then, at the same time, I looked out the window and saw, to my amazement, Father Satches walked up the porch steps. He looked tired and his clothes were dirty. In the parking lot, another priest waited in an old car. Who is that? Professor Canner asked. It is Father Satches, I replied, barely able to contain my excitement. I turned around and looked for Julia, but she was no longer sitting at our table. I got up just as Satches walked into the room. When he saw me, he stopped abruptly. I look of total surprise on his face. Then he walked over and embraced me. Are you all right? He asked. Yes, fine, I said. What are you doing here? Through his fatigue, he chuckled lightly. I didn't know where else to go, and I almost didn't make it here. Hundreds of troops are headed this way. Why are the troops coming? Connor asked from behind me, walking up to where Satches and I were standing. I am sorry, Satches replied. I do not know what the troops have in mind. I just knew there are many. I introduced the two men and told Father Satches of Connor's situation. Connor appeared panicked. I must leave, he said, but I have no driver. Father Paul is waiting outside. Satches said he is going back to Lima immediately. You may ride with him if you wish. Indeed I do, Connor said. Wait, what if they run into those troops? I asked. I don't think they would stop Father Paul. Satches said he is not well known. At that moment, Julia came back into room and saw Satches. The two hugged warmly and again I introduced Connor. As I spoke, Connor seemed to grow even more fearful, and after only a few minutes, Satches told him that it was time for Father Paul to start back. Connor left to get his belongings from his room and quickly returned. Both Satches and Julie escorted him outside, but I told him goodbye there and waited at the table. I wanted to think. I know meeting Connor was significant somehow, and that Satches finding us here was important, but I couldn't quite figure it out. Before long, Julia came back into room and sat down beside me. I told you something were going to happen here, she said. If we hadn't stopped, we wouldn't have seen Satches or Connor, for that matter. By the way, what did you learn from Connor? I am not sure yet, I said. Where is Father Satches? He checked into a room to rest for a while. He hasn't slept in 2 days. I looked away. I knew that Satches was tired, but hearing that he was unavailable disappointed me. I wanted very much to talk with him, to see if he could add some perspective to what was happening, especially concerning the soldiers. I felt uneasy and a part of me wanted to flee with Connor. Julia picked up on my impatience. Take it easy, she said. Slow down and tell me, what do you think of 8th Insight so far? I looked at her and tried to center myself. I am not sure where to start. What do you think the 8th Insight is saying? I thought back. It is about a way of relating to other people, to children and to adults. It's about naming control, dramas, and breaking through them and focusing on other people in a way that sends them energy. And she asked. I focused on her face and immediately saw what she was getting at. And if we are observant about who to talk with, then we get the answers to desire as a result. Julia smiled broadly. Have I grasped the insight? I asked. Almost, she said. But there is one more thing. You understand how one person can uplift another. Now you are about to see what happened in a group when all of the participants know how to interact this way. I walked out to the porch and sat in one of the broad iron chair. After a few minutes, Julia came through the door and joined me. We had eaten a luxuriously dinner without much talking and afterward had decided to sit outside in the right night air. 3 hours had gone by since Satches had gone to his room. I was beginning to feel impatient again. When Satches suddenly walked outside and sat down with us, I was relieved. Have you heard anything about Will? I asked him. When I spoke, he slid his chair around to face Julia and me. I noticed that he was carefully adjusting the position of his chair so that he was an equal distance from each of us. Yes, he said, finally, I have. He paused again and appeared to be in thought. So I asked, what did you hear? Let me tell you everything that happened, he said. When Father called and I left to go back to my mission, we expected to find Father Sebastian there, along with the military. We expected an inquisition. When we arrived, we found that Father Sebastian and the soldiers had left abruptly several hours earlier after receiving a message. For a whole day, we didn't know what was going on. Then yesterday we were visited by a Father Costas, whom I understand you have met. He told us that he was directed to my mission by Will James. Apparently, Will remembered the name of my mission from his conversation earlier with Father Cole and intuitively know that we would need the information Father Costas was bringing. Father Costas has decided to support the manuscript. Why did Sebastian leave so suddenly? I asked. Because Satches said he wanted to speed up the implementation of his plans. The message he received told him that Father Costas was about to expose his intention to destroy the ninth insight. Sebastian found it? Not yet, but he expects to. They found another document that indicated where the ninth is. Where is it supposed to be? Julia asked. At the Celestine ruins, Satches replied. Where is that? I inquired. Julia looked at me. About 60 miles from here. It is a dig the Peruvian scientists have excavated exclusively and with quite a lot of secrecy. It consists of several layers of ancient temples, first Mayan, then Inca. Apparently both cultures believed there was something special about that location. I suddenly realized that Satches was concentrating on the conversation with unusual intensity. When I talked, he would focus totally on me, without breaking his gaze at all. When Julia spoke, Father Satches shifted his position to focus completely on her. He seemed to be acting very deliberately. I wondered what he was doing, and at that precise moment there occurred a lull in the conversation. They both looked at me expectantly. What? I asked. Satches smiled. It is your time to speak. Are we taking turns? I asked. No, Julia said. We are having a conscious conversation. Each person speaks when the energy moves to him. We would tell it had moved to you. I didn't know what to say. Satches looked at me warmly. Part of the eighth insight is learning to interact consciously when in a group. But don't get self-conscious. Just understand the progress and process. As the members of a group talk, only one will have the most powerful idea at any one point in time. If they are alert, the others in the group can feel who is about to speak, and then they can consciously focus their energy on this person, helping to bring out his idea with the greatest clarity. Then, as the conversation proceeds, someone else will have the most powerful idea, then someone else, and so forth. If you concentrate on what is being said, you can feel when it is your turn. The idea will come up into your mind. Sachs shifted his eyes to Julia, who asked, "What idea were you having that you didn't express?" "I tried to think. I was wondering," I said finally, why Father Sachs was looking intensely at whomever was speaking. "I guess I was wondering what it meant. The key to this process," Sachs said, "is to speak up when it is your moment and to project energy when it is someone else's time. Many things can go wrong," Julia interjected. "Some people get inflated when in a group. They feel the power of an idea and express it. Then because that burst of energy feels so good, they keep on talking long after the emergency should have shifted to someone else. They try to monopolize the group. Others are pulled back, and even when they feel the power of an idea, they won't risk saying it. When this happens, the group fragments and the members don't get the benefit of all the messages. The same thing happens when some members of the group are not accepted by some of the others. The rejected individuals are prevented from receiving the energy, and so the group misses the benefit of their ideas." Julia paused, and we both looked at Sachs, who was taking a breath to speak. "How people are excluded is important," he said. "When we dislike someone or feel threatened by someone, the natural tendency is to focus on something we dislike about the person, something that irritates us. Unfortunately, when we do this, instead of seeing the deeper beauty of the person and giving them energy, we take energy away and actually do them harm. All they know is that they suddenly feel less beautiful and less confident, and it is because we snapped their energy." "That is why," Julia said, "this process is so important. Humans are aging each other at a tremendous rate out there with their violent competitions. But remember," Sachs added, "in a truly functional group, the idea is to do the opposite of this. The idea is for every member's energy and vibration to increase because of the energy sent by all of the others. When this occurs, everyone's individual energy field merges with everyone else and make one pool of energy. It is as if the group is just one body, but one with many heads. Sometimes one head speaks for the body, sometimes another talks. But in a group functioning this way, each individual knows when to speak and what to say, because he truly sees life more clearly. This is the higher person, the eighth insight talk about in connection with a romantic relationship between a man and a woman, but other groups can form one as well. Father Sachs' word made me think of Father Costa suddenly, and of Pablo. Had this young Indian finally changed Father Costa's mind, leading him to now want to preserve the manuscript? Was Pablo able to do this because of the power of the eighth insight? "Where is Father Costas now?" I asked. Both individuals looked mildly surprised at my question, but Father Sachs quickly replied, "He and Father Carl decided to go to Lima to speak with our church leaders about what Cardinal Sebastian seems to have planned. I guess that is why he was so adamant about going to your mission with you. He knew there was something else he was supposed to do." "Exactly," Sachs said. "A lull developed in the conversation and we looked at one another, each of us waiting for the next idea. The question now, Father Sachs finally said, is what are we supposed to do? Julia spoke first. I have had thought all along about being involved with the ninth insight somehow, of getting hold of it long enough to do something, but I can't quite see it clearly. Sachs and I gazed at her intensely. I see this happening at a particular place, she continued. Wait a minute. The place I have been thinking about is at the ruins. At the Celestine ruins. There is a particular spot there between the temples. I would almost forgotten. She looked back at us. That is where I need to go. I need to go to the Celestine ruins. As Julia finished, both she and Sachs shifted their gaze to me. I don't know, I said. I have been interested in why Sebastian and his people are so against the manuscript. I found out it's because they fear the idea of our inner evolution. But now I don't know where to go. Those soldiers are coming. It appears that Sebastian is going to find the ninth insight first. I don't know. I have been thinking I am involved somehow in convincing him not to destroy it. I stopped speaking. My thoughts went to Dobson again, and then abruptly to the ninth insight. I suddenly realized that the ninth insight was going to reveal where we humans were going with this evolution. I had wondered how humans would be acting toward each other as a result of the manuscript, and that question had been answered with the eighth insight. And now the logical next question was, where is it all going to lead? How will human society change? That had to be what the ninth was about. I know somehow that this knowledge could also be used to ease Sebastian's fears about a conscious evolution, if we would listen. I still think Cardinal Sebastian can be convinced to support the manuscript, I said with conviction. You see yourself convincing him? Sachs asked me. No, not really. I am with someone else who can reach him, someone who knows him and can speak at his level. As I said that, Julia and I both spontaneously looked at Father Sachs. He struggled to smile and spoke with resignation. Cardinal Sebastian and I have avoided a confrontation over the manuscript for a long time. He has always been my superior. He considered me his protege, and I must admit that I looked up to him. But I guess I always knew that it would come to this. The first time you mentioned it, I knew that the task of convincing him was mine. My whole life has set up for it. He looked intensely at Julia and me, then continued. My mother was a Christian reformer. She hated the use of guilt and coercion when evangelizing. She felt that people should come to religion because of love, not out of fear. My father, on the other hand, was a disciplinarian who later became a priest and, like Sebastian, believed adamantly in tradition and authority. That left me wanting to work within church authority, but always seeing ways it should be amended so that higher religion experience is emphasized. Dealing with Sebastian is the next step for me. I have been resisting it, but I knew I have to go to Sebastian's mission at Iquitos. I will ride with you, I said. Part 9. The Emerging Culture. The road northward through dense jungle and across several large streams, tributaries, Father Sachs told me, of the Amazon. We had risen early and said a quick goodbye to Julia, then left in a vehicle Father Sachs had borrowed, a truck with raised, oversized tires and four-wheel drive. As we travelled, the terrain rose slightly and the trees became more widely spaced and larger. This looks like the land around Vicente, I told Satches. He smiled at me and said, we have entered a 50-mile stretch of land about 20 miles wide. That is different, more energized. It runs all the way to the Celestine ruins. On all sides of this area is pure jungle. Far to the right, at the edge of the jungle, I noticed a patch of cleared land. What is that? I asked, pointing. That, he said, is the government's idea of agricultural development. A wide stretch of trees had been bulldozed and pushed into piles, some partially burned. A herd of cattle grazed aimlessly amid the wild grasses and eroded topsoil. As we passed, several looked our way. Distracted by the sound, I noticed another patch of freshly bulldozed land and realized the development was moving toward the large trees we were traveling through. That looks awful, I said. It is, Satches replied. Even Cardinal Sebastian is against it. I thought of Phil. Maybe this was the place he was trying to protect. What had happened to him? I suddenly thought of Dobson again. Canner had said Dobson intended to come to the inn. Why had Connor been there? Tell me that. There was Dobson now, deported, imprisoned. It did not escape my notice that I had spontaneously perceived an image of Dobson in connection with Phil. How far away is Sebastian's mission? I asked. About an hour. Satches replied. How are you feeling? What do you mean? I mean, how is your energy level? I think it is high, I said. Lots of beauty here. What did you think of the talk we three had last night? He asked. I thought it was amazing. Did you understand what was happening? You mean the way ideas were bubbling up in each of us at different times? Yes, but the greater meaning of that, I don't know. Well, I have been thinking about it. This way of consciously relating, in which everyone attempts to bring out the best in other rather than to have power over them, is a posture the entire human race will eventually adopt. Think of how everyone's energy level and pace of evolution will increase at that point. Right, I said. I have been wondering how human culture will change as the overall energy level rises. He looked at me as if I had hit on the exact question. That is what I want to know too, he said. We looked at each other for an instant, and I know we were both waiting to see who would have the next idea. Finally, he said, the answer to that question must be in the ninth insight. It must explain what will happen as the culture evolves forward. That is what I think, I said. Satches slowed the truck. We were approaching a crossroad and he seemed undecided about which route to take. Do we go anywhere near San Luis? I asked. He looked directly into my eyes. Only if we turn left at this intersection. Why? Connor told me Dobson had been planning to come through San Luis on his way to the inn. I think it was a message. We continued to look at each other. You were already slowing down at this crossroads, I said. Why? He shrugged. I don't know. The most direct route to Iquitos is straight ahead. I just felt hesitant for some reason. A chill spot through my body. Satches raised one eyebrow and grinned. I guess we had better to go through San Luis. Huh? I nodded and felt a rush of energy. I knew that stopping at the inn and making contact with the corner was taking on more meaning. As I just turned left and proceeded toward San Luis, I watched the roadside expectantly. 30 or 40 minutes passing and nothing happened. We rode through San Luis and still nothing of note occurred. Then suddenly a horn blew and we turned to see a silver jeep roaring up behind us. The driver was frantically waving. He looked familiar. That is Phil, I said. We pulled to the side of the road and Phil jumped out and ran to my side of the truck, grabbing my hand and nodding at Satches. I don't know what you are doing here, he said, but the road ahead is full of soldiers. You would better come back and wait with us. How did you know we were coming? I asked. I didn't, he said. I just looked up and saw you pass by. We are about a half-mile back. He looked around for a second, then added, we would better get off this road. We will follow you, Father Satcher said. We followed as Phil turned his jeep around and headed back the way we would come. He turned east onto another road and quickly parked. From behind a group of trees, another man walked out to greet the vehicle. I couldn't believe my sight. It was Dobson. I climbed out of the truck and walked toward him. He was equally surprised and hugged me warmly. It is great to see you, he said. Same here, I replied. I thought you were shot. Dobson patted my back and said, no, I guess. I panicked. They simply detained me. Later, some official, sympathetic to the manuscript, let me go. I have been running ever since. He paused, smiling at me. I am glad you are all right. When Phil told me he had met you at Vicent and then was arrested with you later, I didn't know what to think, but I should have known we would run into each other again. Where are you headed? To see Cardinal Sebastian. He thinks he intends to destroy the last insight. Dobson nodded and was about to say something, but Father Satches walked up. I quickly introduced them. I think I heard your name mentioned in Lima, Dobson said to Satches, in connection with a couple of priestesses that were being detained. Father Cole and Father Costas? I asked. I think those were their names. Yes. Satches only shook his head slightly. I watched him for a moment. Then Dobson and I spent several minutes describing our experience since being separated. He told me he had studied all insight and seemed anxious to say something else, but I interrupted to tell him that we had met Connor and that he had returned to Lima. He will probably be detained himself, Dobson said. I regret I couldn't get to the inn in time, but I wanted to come to San Luis first to see another scientist. As it turned out, I couldn't find him, but I did run into Phil and... What is it? Satches asked. Maybe we ought to sit down, Dobson said. You won't believe this. Phil found a copy of part of the ninth insight. No, one moved. He found a translated copy. Father Satches asked. Yes, Phil had been doing something inside his vehicle and was now walking toward us. You found part of ninth? I asked him. I didn't find it, really, he said. It was given to me. After you and I were captured, I was taken to another town. I don't know where. After a while, Cardinal Sebastian showed up. He kept probing me about the work at Vicent and my effort to save the foresters. I didn't know why until God brought me a parallel copy of Ninth Insight. The God had stolen it from some of Sebastian's people, who had apparently just translated it. It talks about the energy of old foresters. What did it say? I asked Phil. He paused, thinking. So Dobson asked again that we sit down. We led us to a spot where a Tarpaulin was laid out in the center of the partial clearing. The place was beautiful. A dozen large trees formed a circle about 30 feet in diameter. Within the circle were highly fragrant tropical bushes and long-stemmed ferns of the brightest green I had ever seen. We sat facing each other. Phil looked at Dobson, then Dobson looked at Satches and me and said, "The ninth insight explained how human culture will change in the next millennium as a result of conscious evolution. It describes a significantly different way of life. For instance, the manuscript predicts that we humans will voluntarily decrease our population so that we all may live in the most powerful and beautiful place on the earth. But remarkably, many more of these areas will exist in the future because we will intentionally let the forest go uncut so that they can mature and build energy." According to the ninth insight, by the middle of the next millennium, he continued, humans will typically live among 500 years old trees and carefully tended gardens, yet within easy travel distance of an urban area of incredible technological wizardry. By then, the means of survival, foodstuff and clothing and transportation will all be totally automated and at everyone's disposal. Our needs will be completely met without the exchange of any currency, yet also without any overindulgence or laziness. Guided by their intuitions, everyone will know precisely what to do and when to do it, and this will fit harmoniously with the action of others. No one will consume excessively because we will have let go of the need to possess and to control our security. In the next millennium, life will have become about something else. According to the manuscript, he went on, our sense of purpose will be satisfied by the thrill of our own evolution, by the elation of receiving intuitions and then watching closely as our destinies unfold. The ninth depicts a human world where everyone has slowly down and become more alert, ever vigilant for the next meaningful encounter that comes along. We will know that it could occur anywhere, on a path that winds through a forest, for instance, or on a bridge that traverses some canyon. Can you visualize human encounters that have this much meaning and significance? Think how it would be for two people meeting for the first time. Each will first observe other's energy field, exposing any manipulations. Once clear, they will consciously share life stories until allegedly messages are discovered. Afterward, each will go forward again in their individual journey, but they will be significantly altered. They will vibrate at a new level and will thereafter touch others in a way not possible before their meeting. As we gave him energy, Dobson became ever more eloquent and inspired with his description of the new human culture, and what he said rang true. I personally had no doubt that he was describing an achievable future. Yet I also knew that throughout history, many visionaries had glimpsed such a world. Marx, for example, yet no way had been found to create such a utopia. Communism had become a tragedy. Even with the knowledge imparted in the first 8 insight, I couldn't imagine how the human race could get to the place described by the ninth, considering human behavior generally. When Dobson paused, I voiced my concern. The manuscript says our natural pursuit of the truth will lead us there, Dobson explained, smilingly directly at me. But to grasp how this movement will occur, perhaps it is necessary to visualize the next millennium in the same manner you studied the current one with me on the airplane. Remember, as though you were living through it in one lifetime? Dobson briefly informed the other men of the process and then continued. Think about what was occurred already in this millennium. During the Middle Ages, we lived in a simple world of good and evil, defined by the churchmen. But during the Renaissance, we broke free. We know there had to be more to man's situation in the universe than the churchmen know, and we wanted the full story. We then sent science out to discover our true situation, but when this effort didn't provide the answers we needed right away, we decided to settle in and turned our modern work ethic into a preoccupation that secularized reality and squeezed the mystery out of the world. But now we can see the truth of that preoccupation. We can see that the real reason we spent 5 centuries creating material supports for human life was to set the stage for something else, a way of life that returns the mystery to existence. That is what the information now returning from the scientific method indicates. Mankind is on this planet is consciously evolved, and as we learn to evolve and pursue our particular path truly by truth. The ninth insight says the overall culture will transform in a very predictable way. He paused, but no one said nothing. Obviously, we wanted to hear more. Once we reach the critical mass, he continued, and the insight begin to come in. On a global scale, the human race will first experience a period of intense introspection. We will grasp how beautiful and spiritual the nature would really is. We will see trees and rivers and mountains as temples of great power to be held in reverence and awe. We will demand an end to any economic activity that threatens this treasure, and those closest to this situation will find alternative solution to this population problem, because someone will intuit these alternatives as they seek their own evolution. This will be part of the first great shift that will occur, he continued, which will be a dramatic movement of individuals from one occupation to another, because when people begin to receive clear intuitions of who they really are and what they are supposed to be doing, they very often discover they are in the wrong job and they have to jump to another type work in order to continue to grow. The manuscript says that during this period, people will sometimes change careers several times during their lifetimes. The next cultural shift will be an automation of the production of goods to the people who are doing the automating, the mechanics. This will feel like a need to make the economy run more efficiently, but as their intuitions become clearer, they will see that what automation is actually doing is freeing up everyone's life so that we can pursue other endeavors. The rest of us, meanwhile, will be following our own intuitions within our chosen occupations and wishing we had even more of this free time. We will realize that the truth we have to tell and the things we have to do are too unique to fit within a usual job setting. So we will find ways to our employment hours to pursue our own truth. 2 or 3 people will hold that what used to be one full-time job, this trend will make it easier for those displaced by the automation to find at least part-time jobs. But what about money? I asked. I can't believe people will voluntarily reduce their incomes. Oh, we won't have to, Dobson said. The manuscript says our incomes will remain stable because of the people who are giving us money for the insights we provide. I almost laughed. What? He smiled and looked directly at me. The manuscript says that as we discover more about the energy dynamics of the universe, we will see what really happens when we give someone something. Right now, the only spiritual idea about giving is the narrow concept of religious tithing. He moved his gaze to Father Sachs. As you know, the scriptural notion of tithing is interpreted most commonly as an injunction to give 10% of one's income to a church. The idea behind this is that whatever we give will be returned many times. But the ninth insight explains that giving is really a universal principle of support, not just for churches, but for everyone. When we give, we receive in return because of the way energy interacts in the universe. Remember, when we project energy into someone, this creates a void in ourselves, which, if we are connected, fills up again. Money works exactly the same way. The ninth insight says that once we begin to give constantly, we will always have more coming in than we would possibly give away. And our gifts, he went on, should go to the persons who have given us spiritual truth. When people come into our lives at just the right time to give us the answers we need, we should give them money. This is how we will begin to supplement our incomes and ease out of the occupations which limit us. As more people engage in the spiritual economy, we will begin a real shift into the culture of the next millennium. We will have moved through the stage of evolving into our right occupation and will be entering the stage of getting paid for involving freely and offering our unique truth to others. I looked at Sachs. He was listening intensely and appeared radiant. Yes, he said to Dobson, I see that clearly. If everyone were participating, then we would be giving and receiving constantly, and this interaction with others, this exchange of information would become everyone's new work, our new economic orientation. We would be paid by the people we touched. This situation would then allow the material support of life to become fully automated because we would be too busy to own those systems or to operate them. We would want material production automated and run like a utility. We would own stock in it, perhaps, but the situation would free us up to expand what is already the information age. But the important thing for us right now is that we can now understand where we are going. We could not save the environment and democratize the planet and feed the poor before because for so long we could not realize our fear of scarcity and our need to control so that we could give to others. We couldn't release it because we had no view of life that served as an alternate. Now we do. He looked at Phil. But wouldn't be we need to cheap source of energy, fusion, superconductivity, artificial intelligence, Phil said. The technology to automate is probably not that far away. Now that we have the knowledge of way to do it. That is right, Dobson said. The most important thing is that we see the truth of this way of life. We are here on this planet not to build personal empires of control, but to evolve, paying other for their insight will begin the transformation, and then as more and more part of the economy are automated, currency will disappear altogether. We won't need it. If we are correctly following our intuitive guidance, then we will take only what we need, and we will understand, Phil interjected, that the natural areas of the earth have to be nurtured and protected for the source of incredible power that they are. The Phil spoke. Our full attention went to him. He seemed surprised by the lift it provided. I haven't studied all of these insights, he said, looked at me. In fact, after the guard helped me escape, I might not have kept this part of ninth at all if I hadn't run into you earlier. I remembered what you said about this manuscript being important, but even though I haven't read the other insight, I do understand the importance of keeping the automation in harmony with the energy dynamics of the earth. My interest has been forests and the part of they play in the ecosphere, he continued. I know now that it always has been, ever since I was a child. The ninth insight says that as a human race evolves spirituality, we will voluntarily decrease the population to a point sustainable by the earth. We will be committed to living within the natural energy systems of the planet. Farming will be automated except for the plant one want to energize personally and then consume. The trees necessary for construction will be grown in special designated areas. This will free the remainder of the earth's tree to grow and age and finally mature into powerful forests. Eventually, these forests will be the rule rather than the exception, and all human beings will live in close proximity to this kind of power. Think what an energy-filled world we will live in. That ought to raise everyone's energy level, I said. Yes, it would, Sacher said distractedly, as though he were thinking ahead about what the increase in energy would mean. Everyone waited. It would accelerate, he said finally, the pace of our evolution. The more readily we have energy flowing into us, the more mysteriously the universe responds by bringing people into our lives to answer our questions. He looked thoughtful again. And every time we follow an intuition and some mysterious encounters lead us forward, our personal vibration increases. Onward and upward, he continued, half to himself. If history continue, then I will continue to achieve higher and higher level of energy and vibration, Dobson said, finishing his sentence. Yes, Sacher said, that is it. Excuse me for a minute. He got up and walked several yards into the forest and sat down alone. What else does the ninth insight say? I asked Dobson. We don't know, he said. That is where the part we have ends. Would you like to see it? I told him I would. So he walked to his truck and came back with a manila folder. Inside were 20 typed pages. I read the manuscript, impressed with how thoroughly Dobson and Phil had captured its basic points. When I came to the last page, I understood why they said it was only a part of ninth insight. It ended abruptly in the middle of the concept, having just introduced the idea that the transformation of the planet would create a totally spiritual culture and would raise human beings to higher and higher vibrations. It suggested that this race would lead to the occurrence of something else, but it didn't say what. After an hour, Satchel stood up and walked over to me. I had been content to sit with the plants, observing their incredible energy fields. Dobson and Phil were standing behind their jeep, talking. I think we should go on to Iketos, he said. What about those soldiers? I asked. I think we should risk it. I have had a clear thought that we can make it through if we leave right now. I agreed to go with this intuition, and we walked over and told Dobson and Phil our plans. Both men supported the idea. Then Dobson said, we have also been discussing what to do. We are going directly to the Celestine ruins. I think maybe we can help save the rest of Ninth Insight. We bade them goodbye and drove north again. What are you thinking about? I asked after a period of silence. Father Satchel slowed the truck and looked at me. I am thinking about Cardinal Sebastian, about what you have said, that he would stop fighting the manuscript if only he could be made to understand. As Father Satchel made this statement, my mind wandered into a daydream of actually confronting Sebastian. He was standing in a courtly room, looking down at us. At that moment, he had the power of destroying the Ninth Insight, and we were fighting to make him understand before it was too late. When I finished the thought, I noticed Satchel was smiling at me. What were you seeing? He asked. I was just thinking of Sebastian. What was happening? The image of confronting Sebastian was clearer. He was about to destroy the last insight. We were trying to talk him out of it. Satchel took a deep breath. It looks like whether the rest of the Ninth Insight become known will depend on us. My stomach drew into the knot at the idea. What should we say to him? I don't know, but we must persuade him to see the positive, to understand that the manuscript as a whole doesn't negate but clarifies the truth of the church. I am sure the rest of the Ninth Insight does just that. We rode in silence for an hour, seeing no other traffic of any kind. My thoughts raced through the event which had transpired since I would come to Peru. I know the manuscript's insight had finally merged in my mind into one consciousness. I was alert to the mysterious way my life evolved as revealed by the first insight. I knew that the world culture was sensing this mystery again as well, and we were in the process of constructing a new worldview, as pointed out by the second. The third and fourth had showed me that the universe was in reality a vast system of energy and that human conflict was a shortage of and a manipulation for this energy. The fifth insight revealed that we could end this conflict by receiving an inpouring of this energy from a higher source. For me, this ability had almost become habit. The sixth, that we would clear our old repeated dramas and find our true selves, was also permanently etched in my mind. And the seventh had set in motion the evolution of these true selves through questions, intuition of what to do and answer. Staying in this magic flow was truly the secret of happiness. And the eighth, knowing how to relate in a new way to others, bringing out in them the very best, was the key to keeping the mystery operating and the answers coming. All the insights had integrated into a consciousness that felt like a heightened sense of alertness and expectation. What was left, I know, was the ninth, which revealed where our evolution was taking us. We had discovered some of it. What about the rest? Father Satchel pulled the truck into the side of the road. We are within 4 miles of Cardinal Sebastian's mission, he said. I think he should talk. Okay, I don't know what to expect, but I presume all we can do is drive right in. How large a place is this? Large. He was developed this mission for 20 years. He selected this location to serve the rural Indian, whom he felt had been neglected. But now students come from all over Peru. He has administrative duties with the church organization in Lima. But this is his special project. He is totally devoted to this mission. He looked directly into my eyes. Please stay alert. There may come a time when we need to help each other. After saying this, Sanchez drove ahead for several miles. We saw nothing. Then we passed two military jeeps parked at the right side of the road. The soldiers inside looked at us intensely as we drove by. Well, Father, Sanchez said, they know we are here. A mile further, we came to the entrance to the mission. Large iron gates protected the paved drive. Although the gates were open, a jeep and 4 soldiers blocked our way and signaled us to stop. One of the military men talked into a shortwave radio. Sanchez smiled as a soldier walked up. I am Father Sanchez, here to see Cardinal Sebastian. The soldier scrutinized Sanchez, then me. He turned and walked back to the soldier with the radio. They talked without taking their eyes off us. After several minutes, the soldier came back and said we should follow them. The jeep led us the tree-lined drive for several hundred yards until we came to the mission guard. The church was built of cut stone and was massive, capable of seating, I guessed, over 1,000 people. On both sides of the church were 2 other buildings which looked like classrooms. Both were 4-storied high. This place is impressive, I said. Yes, but where are the people? He asked. I noticed the path and walkway were empty. Sebastian runs a famous school here, he said. Why are there no students? The soldiers led us to the entrance of the church and asked us politely but firmly to get out and follow them inside. As we walked up to the cement step, I could see several trucks parked behind an adjacent building. 30 or 40 soldiers stood at attention nearby. Once inside, we were led through the sanctuary and asked to enter a small room. There we were searched thoroughly and told to wait. The soldiers left and the door was locked. Where is Sebastian's office? I asked. Further back toward the rear of the church, he said. The door suddenly opened. Flanked by several soldiers stood Sebastian. His posture was tall and erect. What are you doing here? Sebastian asked Sanchez. I want to talk with you, Sanchez said. About what? The 9th insight of the manuscript. There is nothing to discuss. It will never be found. We know. You have already found it. Sebastian's eyes widened. I will not allow this insight to be disseminated, he said. It is not the truth. How do you know? It is not the truth, Sanchez asked. You could be wrong. Let me read it. Sebastian's face softened as he looked at Sanchez. You used to think I would make the correct decision in a matter of this kind. I know, Sanchez said. You were my mentor, my inspiration. I patterned my mission after yours. You respected me until this manuscript was discovered. Sebastian said, don't you see how divisive it is? I tried to let you go your own way. I even let you alone after I know you were teaching the insights. But I will not let this document destroy everything our church has built. Another soldier walked up behind Sebastian and asked to see him. Sebastian glanced at Sanchez, then walked back into the hall. We could still see, but could no longer hear the conversation. The message obviously alarmed Sebastian. As he turned to walk away, he signaled for all the soldiers to follow him except for one, whom he apparently told to wait with us. The soldier walked into the room and leaned against the wall, a disturbed look on his face. He was only about 20 years old. What is wrong? Sanchez asked him. The soldier only shook his head. It is about the manuscript, the ninth insight. The soldier's face displayed surprise. What do you know of the ninth insight? He asked timidly. We are here to save it, Sanchez said. I too want it saved, the soldier replied. Have you read it? I asked. No, he said, but I have heard the talk. It brings our religion alive. Suddenly from outside the church came the sound of gunfire. What is going on? Sanchez asked. The soldier stood motionless. Sanchez gently touched his arm. Help us. The young soldier walked to the door and checked the hall, then said, someone has broken into the church and stolen the copy of ninth insight. They seem to still be here on the grounds somewhere. More gunfire broke out. We must try to help them, Sanchez told the young man. He looked horrified. We must do what is right, Sanchez stressed. This is for the whole world. The soldier nodded and said, we should move to another area of the church where there would be less activity, that perhaps he could find a way to help. He led us down the hall and up 2 flights of stairs to a larger corridor which spanned the full width of the church. Sebastian's office is right below us, 2 stories down, the young man said. Suddenly we could hear a group of people running down an adjacent corridor, heading our way. Sanchez and the soldier were ahead of me and ducked into a room to the right. I knew I couldn't reach that room, so I ran into the one next to it and closed the door. I was in a classroom, desk, podium, closet. I ran to the closet, found it unlocked and squeezed in amid boxes and several misty smelling jackets. I attempted to conceal myself as best I could, but I knew if anyone checked in the closet, I would be discovered. I tried not to move, not even to breathe. The door to the classroom squeaked open and I could hear several people enter and walk about the room. One seemed to be coming toward the closet, then stopped and headed in the other direction. They were talking loudly in Spanish. Then silence, no movement. I waited 10 minutes before I slowly cracked the closet door and looked out. The room was empty. I walked to the door. There was no indication of anyone outside. I quickly walked to the room where Sanchez and the soldier had hidden. To my surprise, I found it was not a classroom at all, but a hallway. I listened but could hear nothing. I leaned against the wall, feeling anxiety in the pit of my stomach. I quickly called out Sanchez' name. No response. I was alone. I could feel a slight dizziness from the anxiety. I took a deep breath and tried to talk to myself. I had to keep my wits about me and increase my energy. For several minutes, I struggled until the colors and shapes in the hallway had more presence. I tried to project love. Finally, I felt better and thought of Sebastian again. If he was in his office, Sanchez would go there. Ahead, the hallway ended at another stairway, so I walked 2 flights down to the first level. Through the window of the stairway door, I looked down the corridor. No one was in view. I opened the door and walked ahead, not sure where I wanted to go. Then I heard Sanchez's voice coming from the room in front of me. The door was cracked. Sebastian's voice boomed back at him. As I approached the door, a soldier inside opened it suddenly and pointed a rifle at my head, forcing me inside and against the wall. Sanchez acknowledged me with a glance and put his hand on his solar plexus. Sebastian shook his head in disgust. The young soldier who had helped us was nowhere to be seen. I knew that Sachs' gesture to his stomach meant something. All I could think of was that he needed energy. As he spoke, I focused on his face, trying to see his higher self. His energy field widened. You can't stop the truth, Sachs said. People have a right to know. Sebastian looked undescendingly at Sachs. These insights violate the scriptures. They could not be true. But do they really violate the scriptures, or do they just show us what the scriptures mean? We know what they mean, Sebastian said. We have known more centuries. Have you forgotten your training, your years of study? No, I haven't, Sachs said. But I also know that the insight expand our spirituality. They, according to whom? Sebastian shouted. Who wrote this manuscript anyway? Some pagan Mayan who learned somewhere how to speak Aramaic. What did these people know? They believed in magic places and mysterious energy. They were primitive. The ruins where the ninth was found is called the Celestine temples, the heavenly temples. What could this culture possibly know about heaven? Did their culture endure? He continued. No, no one knows what happened to the Mayans. They just disappeared without a trace. And you want us to believe this manuscript? This document make it sound as though humans are in control, as though we are in charge of change in the world. We are not. God is. The only issue human face is whether to accept the scriptural teachings and thereby win our own salvation. But think about that, Sachs replied. What does accepting the teaching and winning salvation really mean? What is the process through which this happens? Doesn't the manuscript show us the exact process of becoming more spiritual, connected, saved, the way it actually feels? And doesn't the 8th and 9th show us what would happen if everyone were acting this way? Sebastian shook his head and walked away, then turned and looked at Sachs piercingly. You haven't even seen the 9th insight? Yes, I have. Part of it. How? Part of it was described to me before we arrived here. I read another section a few minutes ago. What? How? Sachs walked close to the older priest, Cardinal Sebastian. People everywhere want this last insight revealed. It places the other insight into perspective. It shows us our destiny, what spiritual consciousness really is. We know what spirituality is, Father Sachs. Do we? I think not. I have spent centuries talking about it, visualizing it, professing our belief in it. But we have always characterized this connection as something abstract, something we believe in intellectually, and we have always cast this connection was something an individual must do to avoid something bad happening, rather than to acquire something good and tremendous. The manuscript describes the inspiration that comes when we are truly loving others and evolving our lives forward. Evolve. Listen to yourself, Father. You have always fought against the influence of evolution. What was happened to you? Sachs collected himself. Yes, I fought against the idea of evolution as a replacement for God, as a way to explain the universe without a reference to God. But now I see that the truth is a synthesis of the scientific and religious worldviews. The truth is that evolution is the way God created and is still creating. But there is no evolution, Sebastian protested. God created this world and that is it. Sachs glanced at me, but I had no idea to express. Cardinal Sebastian, he continued, The manuscript described a progress of succeeding generation as an evolution of understanding, an evolution toward a highly spiritually and vibrant. Each generation incorporates more energy and accumulates more truth, and then passes that status on to the people of the next generation who extend it further. That is nonsense, Sebastian said. There is only one way to become more spiritual, and that is by following the example in the scriptures. Exactly, Sanchez said. But again, what are the examples? Isn't the story of the scriptures a story of people learning to receive God's energy and will within? Isn't that what the early prophets led the people to do in the Old Testament? And isn't that receptivity to God's energy within what culminated in the life of a carpenter's son, to the extent that we say God Himself descended to earth? Is in the story of the New Testament, he continued, the story of a group of people being filled with some kind of energy that transformed them. Didn't Jesus Himself say that? What He did, we could do also and more? We have never really taken that idea seriously, not until now. We are only now grasping what Jesus was talking about, where He was leading us. That manuscript clarifies what He meant, how to do it. Sebastian looked away, his face red with anger. During the pause in the conversation, a high-ranked officer burst into the room and told Sebastian that the intruders had been seen. Look, the officer said, pointing out the window. There they are, 300 or 400 yards away. We could see two figures running through an open field, headed toward the forest. A number of soldiers at the edge of the clearing seemed ready to open fire. The officer turned from the window and looked at Sebastian, his radio raised. If they get to the wooded area, he said, they will be hard to find. Do I have your permission to open fire? As I watched the two running, I suddenly recognized who they are. That is Will and Julia, I shouted. Sanchez walked even closer to Sebastian. In the name of God, you cannot commit murder over this, the officer persisted. Cardinal Sebastian, if you want this manuscript contained, I must give the order now. I was frozen. Father, trust me, Sanchez was saying. The manuscript will not erode all you have built, all you have stood for. You cannot kill these people. Sebastian shook his head. Trust you? Then he sat down on his desk and looked at the officer. We will shoot no one. Tell your troops to capture them alive. The officer nodded and walked out of the room. Sanchez said, thank you. You made the right choice. No, not to kill. Yes, Sebastian said. But I will not change my mind. This manuscript is a curse. It would undermine our basic structure of spiritual authority. It would entice people to think they are in control of their spiritual destiny. It would undermine the discipline needed to bring everyone on the planet into the church, and people would be caught wanted them in rapture comes. He looked hard at Sanchez. At this moment, thousands of troops are arriving. It doesn't matter what you are or anyone else does. The Ninth Insight will never leave Peru. Now, get out of my mission. As we sped away, we could hear dozens of trucks approaching in the distance. Why did he let us go? I asked. I suppose because he think it make no difference. Sanchez replied that there is nothing we can do. I really don't know what to think. His eyes met mine. We didn't convince him, you know. I too was confused. What did it mean? Perhaps we haven't been there to convince Sebastian after all. Perhaps we were just supposed to delay him. I glanced back at Sanchez. I was concentrating on driving and searching the roadside for any sign of Will and Julia. We had decided that we would double back in the direction they had been running, but so far we had seen nothing. As we rode, my mind wandering to the Celestine ruins, I imagined what the site looked like. The tired excavations, the scientists' tents, the looming pyramidal structures in the background. They don't seem to be in those woods, Sacha said. They must have had a vehicle. We must decide what to do. I think we should go to the ruins, I said. He looked at me. We might as well. There is nowhere else to go. Sanchez made a turn to the west. What do you know of these ruins? I asked. They were built by two different cultures, as Julia said. The first, the Mayans, had a thriving civilization there, though most of their temples were further north in the Yucatan. Mysteriously, all signs of their civilization suddenly vanished about 600 BC without apparent cause. The Incas developed another civilization afterward at the same location. What do you think happened to Mayans? Sanchez gazed at me. I don't know. We rode for several minutes in silence. Then I suddenly remembered that Father Sanchez had told Sebastian he had read more of the Ninth Insight. How did you see more of the Ninth Insight? I asked. The young soldier who helped us knew where another part was being hidden. After you and I were separated, he took me to another room and showed it to me. It added only a few more concepts to what Phil and Dobson told us, but it gave me the points I used with Sebastian. What did it say specifically? That the manuscript would clarify many religions and would help them fulfill their promise. Or religion, it says, is about humankind finding relationship to one higher source, and all religions speak of a perception of God within, a perception that fills us, makes us more than we were. Religious become corrupted when leaders are assigned to explain God's will to the people instead of showing them how to find this direction within themselves. The manuscript says that sometime in history, one individual would grasp the exact way of connecting with God's source of energy and direction, and would thus become a lasting example that this connection is possible. Sanchez looked at me. Isn't that what Jesus really did? Didn't he increase his energy and vibration until he was light enough to? Sanchez ended his sentence without finishing it and seemed to be deep in thought. What are you thinking? I asked. Sanchez looked perplexed. I don't know. The soldier's copy ended right there. It said that this individual would blaze a path that the whole human race was destined to follow, but it didn't say where this path led. For 15 minutes we rode in silence. I attempted to receive some indication of what would happen next, but I could think of nothing. I seemed to be trying too hard. There are the ruins, Sanchez said. Ahead, through the forest to the left of the road, I could make out 3 large pyramidal shaped structures. After we parked and walked closer, I could tell the pyramid were constructed of cut stone and were spaced an equal distance apart, about 100 feet. Between them was an area paved with smoother stone. Several excavation sites were dug into the base of the pyramids. Look there, Sanchez said, pointing toward the more distant pyramid. A long figure was sitting in front of the structure. As we walked that way, I noticed an increase in my energy level. By the time we reached the center of the paved area, I felt incredibly energized. I looked at Sanchez and he raised an eyebrow. When we got closer, I recognized the person by the pyramid to be Julia. She sat cross-legged and held several papers in her lap. Julia turned and stood up. Her face seemed iridescent. "Where is Will?" I asked. Julia pointed to her right. There, perhaps 100 yards away, was Will. He seemed to be glowing in the fading twilight. "What is he doing?" I asked. "The ninth," Julia replied, holding the papers toward us. Satches told Julia that we had seen some of the inside, the part of which foretold of a human world transformed by conscious evolution. But where does this evolution take us? Satches asked. Julia didn't answer. She just held up the papers in her hand, as though she expected us to read her mind. "What?" I asked. Satches reached over and touched my forearm. His look reminded me to stay alert and to wait. "The ninth reveals our ultimate destiny," Julia said. "It makes it all crystal clear. It reiterates that as humans, we are the culmination of the whole of evolution. It talks about matter beginning in a weak form and increasing in complexity, element by element, then species by species, always evolving into higher state of vibration. When primitive humans came along, we continued this evolution unconsciously by conquering others and gaining energy and moving forward a little bit, and then being conquered ourselves by someone else and losing our energy. This physical conflict continued until we invented democracy, a system that didn't end the conflict but shifted it from a physical to a mental level. Now," Julia went on, "we are bringing this whole process into consciousness. We can see that all of human history has prepared us to achieve conscious evolution. Now we can increase our energy and experience the coincidences consciously. This carries evolution onward at a faster pace, lifting our vibration even higher." She hesitated for a moment, looking at each of us, then repeated what she had said. "Our destiny is to continue to increase our energy level, and as our energy level increases, the level of vibration in the atoms of our bodies increases." She hesitated again. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means," Julia said, "that we are getting lighter, more purely spiritual." I looked at Satches. He was confused intensely on Julia. "The ninth insight," Julia continued, "says that as we humans continue to increase our vibration, an amazing thing will happen. Whole group of people, once they reach a certain level, will suddenly become invisible to those who are still vibrating at a lower level. It will appear to the people on this lower level that the other just disappeared, but the group themselves will feel as though they are still right here, only they will feel lighter." As Julia talked, I noticed her face and body changing somewhat. Her body was taking on the characteristic of her energy level. Her features were still clear and distinct, but it was no longer muscle and skin at which I was looking. She looked as though she were made of pure light, glowing from within. I looked at Satches. He appeared the same way. To my amazement, everything appeared this way: the pyramids, the stone under our feet, the surrounding forest, my hands. The beauty I was able to perceive had increased beyond anything I had experienced before, even when on the ridge top. When humans begin to raise their vibration to a level where others cannot see them, Julia continued, it will signal that we are crossing the barrier between this life and the other world from which we came and to which we go after death. This conscious crossing over is the path shown by the Christ. He opened up to the energy until he was so light he could walk on water. He transcended death right here on earth and was the first to cross over to expand the physical world into the spiritual. His life demonstrated how to do this, and if we connect with the same source, we can head the same way, step by step. At some point, everyone will vibrate highly enough so that we can walk into heaven in our same form. I noticed Will was walking slowly toward us. His movement seemed unusually graceful, as though he was gliding. The insight says, Julia went on, that most individuals will reach this level of vibration during the third millennium, and in groups consisting of the people with whom they are most connected. But some culture in history have already achieved the vibration. According to the ninth insight, the Mayans crossed over together. Julia abruptly stopped talking. From behind us, we heard muffled voices in Spanish. Dozens of soldiers were entering the ruin, coming right for us. To my surprise, I was unafraid. The soldiers continued to walk in our general direction, but strangely not directed toward us. They cannot see us, Sacha said. We are vibrating too highly. I looked again at the soldiers. He was right. They were walking 20 or 30 feet to our left, completely ignoring us. Suddenly we heard a loud shout in Spanish by the pyramid to our left. The soldiers closest to us stopped and ran in that direction. I strained to see what was happening. Another group of soldiers were emerging from the forest holding the arms of two other men, Dobson and Phil. The sight of their capture jolted me, and I could feel my energy level plummet. I looked at Satches and Julia. Both were staring intensely toward the soldier and appearing equally disturbed. Wait, Will seemed to shout from the opposite direction. Don't lose your energy. I felt the word as well as heard them. They were slightly garbled. We turned to see Will walking quickly toward us. As we watched, he seemed to say something else, but this time the words were completely unintelligible. I realized I was having trouble focusing. His image was become hazy, distorted. Gradually, as I stared in disbelief, he disappeared altogether. Julia turned to face Satches and me. Her energy level seemed lower, but she was completely unweighted, as though whatever just happened clarified something. We weren't able to maintain the vibration, she said. Fear lowers one's vibration tremendously. She looked toward the spot where Will and had faded from view. The ninth insight says that while some individuals may cross over sporadically, a general rupture will not occur until we have abolished fear, until we can maintain a sufficient vibration in all situations. Julia's excitement grew. Don't you see? We can't do it yet, but the role of the ninth insight is to help create what confidence. The ninth insight is the sight of knowing where we are headed. All the other insights create a picture of the world as one of incredible beauty and energy, and of ourselves as increasing our connection with and the seeing this beauty. The more beauty we can see, the more we evolve. The more we evolve, the higher we vibrate. The ninth insight shows us that ultimately our increased perception and vibration will open us up to a heaven that is already before us. We just can't see it yet. Whenever we doubt our own path or lose sight of the process, we must remember what we are evolving together. What the process of living is all about. Searching heaven on earth is why we are here, and now we know how it can be done, how it will be done. She paused momentarily. The ninth mentions that a 10th insight exists. I think it must reveal. Before she could finish, A burst of machine gun fire ripped up the stone tiles by our feet. We all dived to the ground, our hands raised. No one spoke as the soldiers came and confiscated the papers and took each of us in a different direction. The first weeks after my capture were spent in constant terror. My energy level fell dramatically as one military officer after another questioned me threateningly about the manuscript. I played the dumb tourist and claimed ignorance. After all, it was true that I had no idea who among the other priestesses had copies or how widespread public acceptance of the document had become. Gradually, my tactic worked. Over time, the soldiers seemed to grow tired of me and passed me on to a group of civilian authorities who took a different approach. These officials sought to convince me that my trip to Peru had been crazy from the beginning. Crazy because, according to them, the manuscript never really existed. They argued that the insight had in fact been invented by a small group of priestesses with the intent to foster rebellion. I had been duped. These officials told me and let them talk. After a while, the conversations became almost cordial. Everyone began to treat me as a guiltless victim of this plot, as a gullible Yankee who had read too many adventure tales and found himself lost in foreign country. And because my energy was so low, I possibly would have become vulnerable to this brainwashing had something else not occurred. I was suddenly transferred from the military base where I was being held to a governmental compound near the airport in Lima, a compound in which Father Carl was also being detained. The coincidence brought back some of my lost confidence. I was walking in the open courtyard when I first saw him sitting on a bench reading. I strolled over, retraining my exuberance and hoping I wouldn't attract attention from the officials inside the building. When I sat down, he looked up at me and grinned. I have been expecting you, he said. You have? He put down his book and could see the delight in his eyes. After Father Costas and I came to Lima, he explained, we were immediately detained and separated, and I have been here in custody ever since. I couldn't understand why. Nothing seemed to be happening. Then I began to think repeatedly of you. He gave me a knowing look. So I figured you would show up. I am grateful you are here, I said. Did anyone tell you what happened at the Celestine ruins? Yes, Father Carl replied. I spoke briefly with Father Sachs. He was held here for a day before being taken away. Is he all right? Did he know what happened to others? And what about him? Were they going to imprison him? He had no information about others, and as for Father Sachs, I couldn't know. The government's strategy is to methodologically search out and destroy all copies of manuscript, then to thread the whole affair as a grand hoax. We will all be thoroughly discredited, I imagine, but who knows what they will ultimately do with us. What about Dobson's copies? I said. The first and second insight he left in the States? They already have them. Father Cole replied. Father Sachs told me that agents of the government found out where they were hidden and stole them. Apparently, Peruvian agents have been everywhere. They knew about Dobson from the beginning and about your friend Charlene. And you think when the government is through, no copies will remain? I think it will be a miracle if any survive. I turned away, feeling my new found energy diminish. You know what this means, don't you? Father Cole asked. I looked at him but said nothing. This means, he continued, that each of us must remember exactly what the manuscript said. You and Sachs didn't convince Cardinal Sebastian to release the manuscript, but you delayed him long enough for the ninth insight to be understood. Now it has to be communicated. You have to be involved in communicating it. His statement made me feel pressured and my aloof drama activated inside me. I leaned against the back of the bench and looked away, which made Father Cole laugh. Then, at just that moment, we both realized several embassy officials were watching us from an office window. Listen, Father Cole said quickly. From now on, the inside will have to be shared between people. Each person, once they hear the message and realize that the insight are real, must pass on the message to everyone who is really for it. Connecting with energy is something humans have to open to and talking about and expecting. Otherwise, the whole human race can go back to pretending that life is about having power over others and exploiting the planet. If we go back to doing this, then we won't survive. Each of us must do what we can to get this message out. I noticed that the two officials were out of the building, walking toward us. One more thing, Father Cole said, speaking lowly. What? I asked. Father Sachs told me Julia had spoken of a 10th insight. It hasn't yet been found and no one knows where it might be. The officials were almost on us. I have been thinking, Father Cole continued, that they are going to release you. You may be the only one that can look for it. The man suddenly interrupted our conversation and escorted me toward the building. Father Cole smiled and waved and said something else, but I could only half pay attention. As soon as Father Cole had mentioned the 10th insight, I had been consumed by a thought of Charlene. Why was I thinking of her? How was she connected to a 10th insight? The two men insisted that I pack the few things I had left and follow them to the front of the embassy and into a state vehicle. From there I was taken directly to the airport and up to a boarding concourse, where one of them smiled faintly and looked at me from behind thick glasses. His smile faded as he handed me a passport and a ticket for a flight to United States, then told me in a heavy Peruvian accent to never return.